Chapter 2393. If there was the mountain river geographical map, just like in the demon realm, the cultivators of all parties would not have to resist so hard, let alone pay so many casualties. In just a few months, they had lost thousands of Heaven Immortal experts just to fend off the cultivators of the Zhao clan who had mysteriously appeared from the 3 points. If this trend continued, the various sect in the spiritual realm would no longer be able to produce any experts that could be put on the table in a few years' time. However, they still had to guard against these 3 spots. If they didn't, the Zhao family would take the opportunity to expand their territory and increase the refining area. At that time, the refining area would become larger and larger, and it would be more difficult to defend it. This was a vicious cycle. The sad thing was that it was the major sects that were bearing the consequences of this. There was another strange thing. Ever since the major sect sent the Golden Immortal experts to the lower realm, no matter how many Golden Immortal experts died, there was no sign of more experts being sent down. It was unknown if there was a problem with the higher-ups or if there were some restrictions. In any case, what had happened was that the major sect was using various protective arrays to surround the 3 spots, guarding them strictly, fearing that the Zhao family would expand their territory a little. However, the expectation was good, but the reality was cruel. No matter how powerful the protective array was, in the face of a spatial magic treasure that could refine a world, it was just a beautiful decoration. The powerful protective array and the powerful array to solidify the spiritual meridians were not worth mentioning in front of the spatial magic treasure of the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family. The cultivators who set up the array and the Golden Immortal experts who guarded the array could only watch helplessly as the array was devoured bit by bit. The cultivators of the sect had lost count of all kinds of protective arrays, suppression arrays, and even offensive arrays. Up until now, none of them had worked. At its best, it would only slow down the refinement speed of the other party, and that was all. No matter what method they used, no matter what ability they used, and no matter whether the energy source of the array was spirit stones or spiritual meridians, the array was melting bit by bit, and there was no way to stop it. This was definitely the worst news for the Alliance commander. They were unable to stop the refinement and could only watch as their territory was lost. Was there no hope for the spiritual realm just like that? Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map was once again remembered by the high-level members of the Joint Command. If there was a glimmer of hope in the spiritual world to block the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual world, they were afraid that only Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map could be used. Being refined by Gong Sunling was better than being refined by the Zhao family. Moreover, Gong Sunling did not necessarily need to refine the spiritual world. As long as she refined the 7 points around the Zhao family and surrounded them, she could stop them from refining the spiritual world. The spirit realm was willing to pay such a small price. Besides, if the spiritual realm couldn't change its fate of being refined, the United Commander was more willing to let Gong Sunling refine it. The 3 points on this side were in dire straits, and the 4 points that were discovered in advance were also in imminent danger. The Zhao family had prepared for tens of thousands of years, so how could they fail just because they were discovered in advance? All the experts and the 4 Golden Immortals could do was to slow down the rate of refinement of the 4 bridgeheads by 10 times. However, all the cultivators present knew that it was only a matter of time before they were refined. This was because they could now see traces of corrosion in the areas that were suppressed by their various powerful arrays. It was a sign of refinement. However, they could only watch and were powerless to stop it. As long as they touched that area, they would be attacked by space. This wasn't an ordinary cultivator's attack, but a space attack. The refined space was very small, but the attacks that landed on the body were not light at all. Even the Golden Immortal Grandmasters who were in charge were fiercely blasted back dozens of times, unable to resist at all. This was also another reason why everyone decided to let Gong Sunling take action. Again, Gong Sunling was probably the only one who could stop all this. No one else could do it. However, it might not go smoothly to beg Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. The greed of the golden immortal grandmasters of the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect destroyed the tacit cooperation before. Although Yang Qin only imprisoned them later, everyone could see the anger of Yang Qin at that time. Fortunately, Master Yang retained his rationality while he was angry. Otherwise, none of the 6 golden immortal grandmasters would have survived. If that really happened, the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect and the other sects would have a huge estrangement with the United Commander. Even if they still cooperated, they would certainly not be able to work together as before. Master Yang's reservation also showed his attitude. When it was time to cooperate, everyone still had to cooperate. Many cultivators understood this. Even the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect were no exception. The series of flattery to the Chunyang Palace was to repair the relationship. There was still a long time before the final refining, but now no one wanted to wait until the time was out of control to make a final decision. After a brief discussion among the high-level leaders of the United Commander, more than a dozen sect masters, including the Commander-in-Chief, the Island Master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, returned to the entrance of the Demon Realm to visit Yang Qin again. In the past, Yang Qin was very respectful to these predecessors, and the reception was very formal and solemn. But this time, Yang Qin seemed to be in a hurry to receive them. There were even some traces of fighting on his body, and he appeared in front of the sect masters, which seemed very rude. The Zhao family's offensive is very fierce. Seeing the sect masters of the United Commander, Yang Qin apologized and then explained why he was in such a hurry. The faces of the Island Master and the others also became ugly. Needless to say, the Zhao family's offensive was so fierce that they wanted to contain Gong Sunling and firmly pin Gong Sunling at the entrance of the Demon Realm, so that she could not be distracted to rescue the spiritual world. The next moment, everyone came to the edge of a certain place in the Demon Realm. Here, everyone could see that the Mountain River geographical map and the other party's space magic weapon were colliding, and in the gap between the two sides, more than a dozen golden immortal masters were entangled. 6 of them were the 6 golden immortal masters of the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect, which were imprisoned by Yang Qin. The opponents were naturally the golden immortal masters of the Zhao family. Looking at this scene, everyone's face became ugly again. One of the reasons why everyone's face was ugly was that the other party had more people than Yang Qin's side, and 6 golden immortal masters were struggling to support. And the traces on Yang Qin's body just now were obviously also involved in the previous battle. If it weren't for the need to greet the sect masters, perhaps Yang Qin would not have appeared. Chapter 2394. Yang Qin's wives and concubines were also distributed in a large area and were also fighting with a large number of Zhao family's experts. Although the women's combat effectiveness was very strong, they could only injure the opponent at most and could not kill them. As long as they were injured, the other party would return to their own territory in time, and it would be too late to catch up. Similarly, Yang Qin's side also enjoyed the same benefit. When there was a lack of strength, the women would also take the initiative to return to the Mountain River geographical map. The only thing that performed better than the Zhao family's Xian immortal experts was that none of the women were injured and even restrained 2 golden immortal experts. Does your wife still have the strength to take care of the spiritual world? The island lord did not talk much nonsense and directly raised his own question. On Yang Qin's side, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Did Gong Sunling have the strength to spare? Of course she did. But why did Yang Qin let Gong Sunling destroy Madame Bai's method of gaining merits? Even if Yang Qin had a way to solve Madame Bai's problem, since Ancestor Lu had arranged it so, would it make Ancestor Lu happy to destroy it? In fact, Yang Qin had expected this situation a long time ago. It was certain that the joint command would come to him. For this reason, Yang Qin even revealed a little news to Yanglan and asked him to arrange for Gong Sunling and the Zhao family dragon clan to fight against each other. At the same time, the Zhao family also sent out 10 golden immortal masters. 6 of them were fighting against the 6 Ghostine sect's golden immortal experts. Two of them were restrained by Yang Chen's wives and concubines, while Yang Chen alone restrained two Zhao family's golden immortal experts. Now that Yang Chen was accompanying the various sect masters, and the two Zhao family's golden immortal experts were freed up, the 8 golden immortal experts besieged the 6 of them and gained the upper hand. If it wasn't for the 6 golden immortal experts who could return to the mountain river geographical map in time to take a breather, maybe there would be casualties in such a short time. Even so, the 6 golden immortal experts were exhausted and in a sorry state. The Zhao family really didn't want Gong Sunling to be distracted to the spiritual world refining side. So they worked hard in the monster realm. They really couldn't move Yang Chen's side. In a situation where Yang Chen didn't take the initiative to kill, being suppressed like this was the most normal situation. Right in front of these sect leaders, a golden immortal expert on their side was suddenly besieged by 3 golden immortal experts of Zhao clan. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, he fled back into the geographical map in a sorry state. Yang Chen was shocked. In a flash, he appeared beside that golden immortal expert. He took out a pill and fed it to that golden immortal expert. Yang Chen's pill was now a guarantee of conscience in the spiritual realm. With a pill, the injury immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the golden immortal expert recovered to normal. However, he didn't return to the battlefield immediately. Instead, he rested for a moment at a spiritual vein that Gong Sunling had drawn over. He didn't have time to greet the sect masters who were watching from a distance and return to the battlefield directly. The distance was a deliberate move by Yang Chen. Everything shown here was actually a projection of the immortal realm in the mountain river geographical map. What everyone saw was only a shadow. No one used their divine sense to explore, so naturally they couldn't find the abnormality. Even if they used their divine sense, it seemed normal for some heaven immortal experts to not be able to find the golden immortal experts. No one doubted everything here. The sect masters of all parties also saw that Yang Chen was indeed a bit stretched here. In order to suppress Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, the other party actually sent a total of 10 golden immortal experts. At the same time, there was also a space magic weapon bombarding them. The scale of this move was even stronger than any bridgehead in the spiritual realm. In this case, it was a bit too much to ask Yang Chen and Gong Sunling to support the side in the spiritual realm. Moreover, Yang Chen's side was really hard. If he was distracted, he was afraid that he would even lose the entrance to the demon realm. It was important to guard the 7 bridgeheads, but the entrance to the demon realm was more important. The territory of the 7 bridgeheads, added up, was not as big as this entrance. If they lost the entrance to the demon realm for the sake of the 7 points in the spiritual realm, it would be called not worth it. It was estimated that if they really did that, the Zhao family would laugh until they cried. Of course, the sect masters who were in charge of the joint command would not be so ignorant and would not do such a thing as picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. However, although they couldn't transfer Gong Sunling from the spiritual realm, they could still consult Yang Chen. Hadn't Yang Chen already reminded everyone of the array formation that the Zhao family might use last time? If there were any hints in this regard, it might also work. Since we are sure that the Zhao family is using the 7 stars array, can't we just break this array formation? Yang Chen was indeed not stingy and gave a very straightforward suggestion. Using this 7 stars array is definitely a way to refine the spiritual realm on a large scale and affect the entire spiritual realm. If we break this 7 stars array, the Zhao family can only rely on a few points to gnaw at the spiritual realm bit by bit. How long can they last? Maybe in a few decades, the demon realm will be almost refined by both sides. At that time, it doesn't matter whether we refine the spiritual realm or not. Break the 7 stars array. At first, everyone was only worried that the spiritual realm would be refined. Only now did they realize that there was a reason why the other party had to set up a 7 stars array. If it was only refined bit by bit, as Yang Chen said, how long would it take to refine it? Even if they let the Zhao family refine it, how much could they refine in a few decades? Don't look at how many tens of thousands of years the demon realm Zhao family had set up. Until now, they hadn't refined half of it, and so much had been snatched by Gong Sunling. The Zhao family in the spiritual realm had almost no foundation now, and their refining speed would definitely be like a tortoise's crawl. There was really no need to panic. Just as Yang Qin reminded, the 7 stars array was the key. They couldn't let the array formation take shape, otherwise it would be the real beginning of the disaster. I'm actually not good at array formations. I know some things from the Immortal beheading platform, but I can't do anything about how to do it. Yang Qin directly attributed the information he knew about the 7 stars array to the Immortal beheading platform. Anyway, no one could verify it. As for the solution, Yang Qin took a step back and used the excuse that he wasn't good at array formations. What a joke! Tell everyone and let everyone snatch Madame Bai's merit. The sect masters of the United Command came and left in a hurry. Since they knew the possible solution, staying at Yang Chen's place would not only delay them from fighting against the enemy, but also delay the situation in the spiritual realm. It was better to leave as soon as possible. All the array formation experts of each sect were gathered here for only one purpose, and that was to find a way to break the huge variant 7 stars array that the Zhao family had spread throughout the entire spiritual realm. The United Command had arranged a generous reward. Whichever cultivator could break the array, each super sect would fulfill a request that was within their ability. The reward could not be said to be small. Money moved people's hearts, and with a great reward, there would be brave people. Under the stimulation of the United Command's great reward, countless array formation experts began to think about how to break the 7 stars array. Chapter 2395. It was very easy to break an ordinary 7-star array. As long as the position of the array eye was found, there were various ways to break it. However, a 7-star array that could refine the entire spiritual realm and had been improved by a powerful master was not so simple. The array eye was no longer Tian Shu. This had been confirmed. The position of Tian Shu had been besieged by the masters of the major sect once, but there was no response and it had almost no impact on the overall situation. Similarly, the other positions were also not the real array eye. It was impossible to break such a large array that directly encompassed the entire spiritual realm in such an easy way. In addition, because the range of the array was too large, it was very difficult for the array masters of all parties to find the flaws of the array. A slight miscalculation might only be a millimeter difference on the array diagram, but if it was magnified to the entire spiritual realm, it was probably enough to be thousands of miles off. Just accurately finding some specific points on the array diagram was enough to give countless cultivators a headache. Fortunately, some array calculation masters and specialized masters of the major sect cooperated to be able to cooperate with the various experiments of all parties. Yang Chen couldn't be counted on, and looking at the situation of Yang Chen's family, it seemed that they were also struggling to resist. In other words, Yang Chen made a somewhat rash guarantee that the entrance to the demon realm would not be lost. Now, everyone could see that Yang Chen was almost doing his best to guard the entrance to the demon realm. If the Zhao family did not intend to attack the spiritual realm, but concentrated all their forces to attack the entrance to the demon realm, perhaps Yang Chen's family might not be able to resist. Fortunately, the joint command parties still trusted Yang Chen for the time being, and believed that Yang Chen's family could still hold on. Because so far, no matter how hard Yang Chen's family worked, Yang Chen's dragon friends had not been mobilized. The higher-ups believed that Yang Chen would definitely pay a huge price if he wanted the dragon experts to mobilize, but this price was not enough for Yang Chen to be unwilling to pay at the moment of life and death for his family. Since Yang Chen did not use the dragon clan's experts, it meant that Yang Chen's family could still hold on for the time being. Thinking about it, everyone felt ashamed. Yang Chen's family and the 6 golden immortal experts only had a total of 50 people. Although they were all peak Xian immortal and golden immortal experts, they were facing 10 golden immortal experts and hundreds of Xian immortal experts. The pressure was not ordinary. On the other hand, Yang Chen's family was still able to persevere under such circumstances, while the many powerhouses in the spiritual realm were helpless. It was simply a great contrast and a great irony. Everything was afraid of comparison. Money and goods had to be thrown away, and comparisons were fatal. Compared to Yang Chen's family, the many super sect in the spiritual realm had really lost all their dignity. Even the inspiration to break the formation was provided by Yang Chen. It wasn't that the major sects didn't have capable people who couldn't think of how to break the formation, but these people were either insignificant, or the moment they proposed it, they were refuted by people of the same level or even higher level from other sects, so they couldn't do anything. On the contrary, it was Yang Chen who directly faced the sect leaders of the sect. Moreover, the facts had proven that Yang Chen's previous decision was correct. His words carried weight, and he had an advantage over the other experts who collaborated on the research. In order not to be despised by Yang Chen's side, the various sects clenched their teeth and began to fight desperately. On the one hand, they sent experts to guard each point strictly, and on the other hand, they put all their efforts into researching ways to break the formation. If they could even roughly figure out the location of the other party's formation, but still couldn't find a way to break the formation, there would be no need for so many super sect members to survive. Under the pressure of the joint command from top to bottom, the formation experts really found a few ways. After practical experiments, there are 3 methods that stood out. The main difference between the 3 methods was the location of the formation eye to break the formation. After research and calculation by different experts, the 3 different formation eyes had different effects. The one with the lowest effect could comprehensively slow down the speed at which the Zhao family refined the spiritual realm. The principle was to use a similar small formation to interfere. Compared to the 7 stars formation that the Zhao family had set up all over the spiritual realm, it was at most 1/10 of the other party's size. Even so, it was a rare large formation in the spiritual realm. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered breaking the Zhao family's formation, but it could slow down the speed of refining the spiritual realm as a whole. Coupled with the formation set up at the bridgehead, it could buy more time for the spiritual realm. In particular, this formation could be far away from the 7 bridgeheads, so it was relatively safe. It was successfully approved and retained. The second formation was also to interfere with the Zhao family's formation. In principle, it was based on the opposite of the 7 stars formation that had been researched and counteracted the other party's effect. If it was used properly, it could render the other party's 7 stars formation useless. Unfortunately, the biggest flaw of this formation was that it had to be set up at least as big as the Zhao family's formation and in the opposite direction. For the time being, the major sect could not do it because there was no place in the spiritual realm that was large enough for the formation to take shape. They could only set up an area about half the size of the other parties. In addition, the time was rushed. It had been set up in less than a year, which could not be compared to the Zhao family's tens of thousands of years of setting up. Naturally, the relative counteracting effect was reduced a lot. The third formation was a different approach and used a similar idea to the refinement space. Didn't the other party want to refine the entire spiritual realm? In that case, this formation also used the refining method and directly competed with the other party to refine the spiritual realm at close range. Although the spiritual realm cultivators had never thought of refining a realm's magic treasure, it was already a fact that the mountain river geographical map had appeared and the magic treasure in the hands of the Zhao family's dragon expert had appeared. This showed that it was not impossible to refine an entire world. Countless master refiners began to put an effort in this aspect. Not to mention, some guys who were good at refining spatial magic treasures came up with some methods. According to their comprehensive research, they worked with hundreds of refining experts to refine several large-scale refining formations. These spell formations surrounded the 7 points and began to refine the spirit realm. However, they were only refining in the same way as refining spatial magic treasures. But by a stroke of luck, it was very effective in offsetting the Zhao family's erosion of the spiritual realm. After all, they were both refining, but these formations were refining on the spot, while the Zhao family was refining with an unknown distance and relying on the formation to refine, so they were naturally at a disadvantage. In less than 10 years, the situation in the spiritual realm was finally stabilized with 3 formations being set up at the same time. The senior executives of the Joint Command Center all heaved a sigh of relief. After all, there were still capable people in the spiritual realm, and Yang Chen's family was not the only one who was useful. Now they were just waiting for the result of Gong Suinling's side and the other party's fight for the demon realm. When the demon realm was divided between the two sides, it was probably the time for the decisive battle. Chapter 2396. The United Command thought that the 3 formations were very useful, but in fact, the effects of the formations were exaggerated by at least 100 times. The ones that were really effective were not the 3 formations, but Madame Bai and her group. Somewhere far away from the Big Dipper formation, Madame Bai and her group of 1,000 people worked together to set up a special formation. The location was very strange. It was not in front of the Zhao family's Big Dipper formation, and it did not seem to make sense. However, if one were to fold it according to a special angle and make precise calculations, it should be the North Star position relative to the Big Dipper formation. Madame Bai was the formation eye of the formation, and her current location was the real key to breaking the Big Dipper formation. After leaving Yang Chen's place, Madame Bai and the others quickly rushed here. It had actually been 10 years since the formation was set up. The United Command saw that the speed at which the Zhao family refined the spiritual realm was actually the result of Madame Bai and her group holding back 99% of the power. Even so, the higher-ups of the United Command were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. If they knew the truth, who knew how shocked they would be? On the Zhao family side, the process of refining the spiritual realm was slowed down by 100 times, and the United Command used all kinds of methods to stop them. The higher-ups finally got angry and sent more and more experts to harass the Zhao family. After stabilizing the situation of the spiritual realm being refined, the United Command began to resist the Zhao family's attack without caring about the cost. With the 3 formations to resist, the United Command also set up a batch of defensive formations around them. As long as the cultivators of the spiritual realm could escape into the defensive formations, they would be protected by them. It was the same principle as how the Zhao family's experts could appear and disappear unpredictably in the refined spiritual realm. Almost everything was learned from the Zhao family, but they were not as thorough and efficient as the Zhao family. Everyone could understand this. After all, the Zhao family had arranged everything for at least tens of thousands of years, but the United Command was able to gain a foothold in less than 10 years. It was simply an amazing achievement. However, there were still continuous casualties. Under such circumstances, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Some of the experts in the spiritual realm were really angry during the battle. They no longer cared if there was a guarantee in the future. Most of the time, they directly traded lives for lives and injuries, causing many casualties to the Zhao family. However, the spiritual realm's powerhouses did not fare well either, and they suffered heavy casualties too. Fortunately, the number of casualties was within the range that the Joint Command could tolerate, and the spiritual world had an advantage that the Zhao family did not have. That was, the spiritual world could get the healing medicinal pills refined by Master Yang Chenyang. Even if it was only the 6th or 7th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, as long as it was not a golden immortal master who suffered a very serious injury, ordinary celestial immortal and Xian immortal cultivators would basically be cured. While the 2 sides were in a stalemate, the speed at which the demon realm was being refined grew faster and faster. As both sides refined more of the demon realm space, the spatial magic treasures of both sides were greatly improved, and the refining speed increased dramatically. In just 20 years, most of the space in the spiritual realm had been divided due to the competition between the 2 sides, and the speed of refinement had also slowed down. Both Gong Sunling and her third primordial spirit knew very well that this was a sign that they had reached the core region of the demon realm. During the refining process, both sides also found that the demonic qi was getting thicker and thicker, and the speed of refinement was also getting slower and slower. The demon realm did not have the lock that Brother Li Cheng refined, which could seal the passage that sent demonic qi from the immortal realm to the demon realm. So the demonic qi here had been constantly increasing. In the end, both sides were refining the demon realm almost in units of inches, and the speed was still further decreasing. At this point, Gong Sunling and her third primordial spirit were smart enough not to forcibly refine it, at least before Brother Li Cheng's lock was completed. It would not be of much use even if they expended energy to refine it, because the demonic qi was too thick. Brother Li Cheng had refined 2 locks in the past, one of which was used in the demon realm, and the other was definitely used in the demon realm. However, Gong Sunling and Yang Qin knew these secrets, but the Zhao clan's Dragon Clan expert did not, and was still working hard to refine it. He also found that the density of the demonic qi had increased, and knew that it was the core region. He, who did not know the inside story, worked even harder to refine the core region. One had to know that an inch of space here was equivalent to 100 or even 1,000 miles around it. Gong Sunling pretended to be competitive, but in fact, she was already consolidating the results of the refining. There were no demon beasts in the core region. The Mountain River geographical map had collected almost 1/3 of the demon beasts in the demon realm. Hundreds of billions of demon beasts were queuing up from the mortal world to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the spiritual realm to become real demon cultivators. Even some of the demon beasts near the core region had surpassed the Xian Immortal and reached the golden immortal level. These demon beasts were the first to transcend the tribulation. Unfortunately, although their strength had reached the golden immortal level, they only had intelligence after ascending to the spiritual realm. The various sects in the Mountain River geographical map were all fighting bare-chested. Yang Chen did not let them directly transcend the divine immortal tribulation and ascend immediately. Instead, he let these demon cultivators join the various sects and receive some systematic cultivation training. Overall, the Mountain River geographical map was steadily becoming stronger. Although the Zhao family's space magic treasure was strong, they didn't have heaven's tribulation. If there were no new cultivators or demon beasts to join, perhaps it could only maintain this power and could not be improved. Perhaps the Dragon Clan master of the Zhao family also realized this. In addition to working hard in the core region of the demon realm, he was also working hard to find a way to deal with the spiritual realm. For a long time, he didn't even collide with Gong Sunling. Most of his energy was divided into these 2 directions. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were sitting on the fishing platform. They continued to steadily improve the power of the Mountain River geographical map while watching coldly. Madame Bai was there to refine the spiritual realm, but the core of the demon realm was affected by the endless demonic aura from the celestial realm. Even if she wanted to refine it, she didn't have the strength to do so. No matter how hard she tried, it would be a waste of energy. After decades, the casualties of the spiritual realm and the Zhao family had accumulated to a frightening number. It could be said that both sides were exhausted and had no strength to continue. It was impossible for there to be any major changes in the refining space. Yang Chen was ready for the final battle. He was only waiting for the joint command and the Zhao family to take action. However, it seemed that the Zhao family was still hoping for a breakthrough in the refining of the spiritual realm and was still working hard. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Anyway, the more he waited, the stronger the Mountain River geographical map would be. Now it was up to Madame Bai to cut off the Zhao family's ambition for the spiritual realm. At that time, it would be the real decisive battle. He believed that day would not be too far away. Chapter 2397. Yang Chen recently had another layer of insight, which was not cultivation, but it was also inseparable from cultivation. It was mainly in the aspect of doing things and understanding at a certain level. In his previous life, Yang Chen was just an insignificant little cultivator. His qualifications were not strong, his sect was also declining, and his cultivation base was not high. A cultivator could casually come out and abuse him to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground. The young sect master of Taishimen, Li Liheng, who was now a waste wood in his eyes, could make Yang Chen's entire sect unable to bear the consequences. When he finally ascended to the spiritual world, he was chased all over the world, imprisoned, abused, and finally brought to the immortal world as a plaything. It was still the Xiantian sect that set a model of resistance for others, using him as an example to let other cultivators know what the end of opposing the Xiantian sect was. At that time, from the beginning to the end, Yang Chen was not even qualified to meet an ordinary elder of the Xiantian sect, let alone know such a major event as the Zhao family. Yang Chen didn't know more than half of the things in the heavenly court. Even if he had the chance to know later, it was only many years after the incident, and he learned it from others. Ignorant people are sometimes happy, but for a cultivator with a goal, ignorance is the greatest pain. At least in this life, Yang Chen was no longer in the ignorant state of his previous life. From the beginning of his rebirth in the mortal world, Yang Chen's own cultivation direction and cultivation process, Yang Chen had been clear about all of them. Even if there were some variables later, they could be corrected soon. This was the difference between knowing the level and not knowing the level. This seemed to be just a difference of one word, but it was the huge difference that Yang Chen almost never needed a master to guide his cultivation. The discovery of the Zhao family and the breaking of the Zhao family's conspiracy in the mortal world were also based on knowledge. The inside story of the demon continent, the benefits of the core area, everything gave Yang Chen the preemptive opportunity in advance and successfully turned Chunyang Palace into a brand new super sect among the major sect. It was still the same in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen had obtained the territories of the Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Parting Hatred Sea. He had also dealt with the demonic calamity in the spiritual realm, unsealed the dragon puppet and several experts. He knew more than those super sect masters and the Zhao family. It was the same even now. The super sect didn't know anything about the realm of devils at all. The Zhao family only had a rough idea and didn't know the specifics. Didn't they see that they didn't even know how to deal with the demon realm's core? Yang Chen, on the other hand, had already refined the demon realm with Gong Sunling, robbed a part of the demon realm, and even had more heaven's retribution. This was the difference, from a cognitive point of view alone. It could be said that Yang Chen's level was naturally higher than the Zhao family and the super sect. Just this higher part had already made Yang Chen turn a blind eye to the dangerous situation in front of him, because he had already known the way to deal with it. Whether it was the Zhao family, Yang Lan, or the mysterious dragon clan master, Yang Chen was no longer worried. His vision and level had begun to aim in the direction of a higher immortal world. This was the difference in level, vision, and cognition. It could almost be said to be successful in doing things, and it could also create miracles when used in cultivation. He didn't dare to accept others. At least Yang Chen's family was an example. No one else could cultivate more comfortably than his big family. Of course, Big Brother Li Cheng knew more than Yang Chen. He was a character directly related to the Tao ancestor. If his cultivation was poor, it would be a big wonder. When one was born to be much better than other cultivators in all aspects, things like state of mind would not be an obstacle to improvement. This was what Yang Chen didn't experience this time. Especially when Yang Chen calmly watched Madame Bai and her maids appear in front of him. This feeling was even stronger. Of course, Madame Bai would be fine. That was what Ancestor Lu had planned. Even though such arrangements had been made tens of thousands of years in advance, Madame Bai and her group still successfully completed the task given by Ancestor Lu. This was the benefit of knowing everything in advance. Even though there were no signs in the spiritual realm at the moment, and the United Command was still busy fighting against the Zhao family, Madame Bai had already returned to him, which meant that everything was about to come to an end. Madam, you've worked hard. Yang Chen didn't even ask for Madame Bai's results. He directly took out the 8-turn barrier dispelling pill he had already refined and presented it to Madame Bai with both hands. I have refined a new type of pill over the past few years, the barrier dispelling pill. It can solve some cultivation obstacles that might only appear when one's cultivation is very high. Looking at the pill in Yang Chen's hand, Madame Bai smiled. Yang Chen always showed filial piety when he had something good. She was most satisfied with this junior. However, she seemed to have some memory of the cultivation obstacles that Yang Chen said would only appear when one's cultivation was very high, but she wasn't very clear about it. It was a very strange feeling. However, even though she couldn't remember the specifics, there seemed to be a will telling her that this was definitely something she dreamed of. It was very likely that the reason she stayed in the spiritual realm was related to this barrier dispelling pill. No wonder she had mysteriously stayed in the spiritual realm for several tens of thousands of years and happened to encounter Yang Chen entering that tomb. So Yang Chen was that fated person. Madam, if you have the time, you can take a break and share these pills with the sisters. Yang Chen didn't know what Madame Bai was thinking, and he didn't need to know. It was enough as long as he was sure that this was good for cultivators. In the future, someone would naturally owe him a great favor. You're very thoughtful, Madame Bai praised. Yang Chen was truly considerate. They didn't seem to have experienced any intense battles on this trip, and it was even worse than their training in the demon and Yao realms. However, the mental exhaustion was definitely huge. It was far greater than any of their previous missions. They were indeed tired. Yang Chen had really put in a lot of effort to consider everything so thoroughly. By the way, madam, after consuming this barrier dispelling pill, you will feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Chen hurriedly said the effect of the medicinal pill. If he did not explain it in advance, he was afraid that the other party would feel uncomfortable after taking it, and would think that there was a problem with the medicinal pill. That would not be good. When the time comes, do not use spiritual power to resist. Just let it be. The pill refined by the only 8th revolution pill refinement master in the spiritual realm is worth looking forward to. Madame Bai nodded and smiled at Yang Chen. I'm looking forward to the effect. Also, the 7 stars formation has been taken care of. Before leaving, Madame Bai didn't forget to tell Yang Chen the result of this trip. You can see the effect in 2 to 3 months. Chapter 2398. For Madame Bai, it was just a simple sentence to tell the result. But for Yang Chen, it was a preemptive opportunity to know the result in advance. When the whole spiritual realm was still thinking about how to fight against the increasingly strong threat of the Zhao family, Yang Chen could calmly arrange how to get the most benefits several months in advance. As soon as Madame Bai came back, she would directly occupy the wood dragon palace of the 5 elements dragon palace. Even her large group of maids were all of the wood property. Naturally, they would all be in the same place. Fortunately, the dragon palace was large enough. After the 6 masters of the Long family worked together to refine it, all of them had been upgraded to the king level. It was more spacious and more than enough for Madame Bai and her maids. Yang Chen gave her a lot of bottleneck-dispelling elixirs. There were thousands of them, which were enough for her and her maids to take 5 each. Yang Chen also said that depending on the cultivation and constitution of each person, the amount of bottleneck-dispelling elixirs would be different. But she could only take 5 at most. If 5 did not work, she had to inform Yang Chen immediately. The 8 turns bottleneck-dispelling elixir was the highest level elixir that Yang Chen could refine now. If 5 8 turns bottleneck-dispelling elixir still did not work, perhaps only Brother Li Cheng could use the 9 turns golden elixir. It seemed to be normal for an infinite tribulation true immortal to use the 9 turns golden elixir. For Yang Chen, whether it was Madame Bai or the maids around her, they did not doubt anything. It was a strange and inexplicable affinity, but it happened just like that. No one could explain the reason. As for the elixirs given by Yang Chen, Madame Bai and her maids did not doubt them at all. Madame Bai even went back to the Dragon Palace to recuperate. When she was in the best condition, she took out the elixir and took it. After taking the second bottleneck-dispelling elixir, Madame Bai felt the discomfort that Yang Qin had described. It was a very strange kind of discomfort, as if he had not experienced it for a long time. It was as if the mortals in the mortal world were sick. The barrier-dispelling pill contained a high concentration of demonic qi and demonic qi. This was nothing to Madame Bai, who had experienced both the demon realm and the monster realm. It was just that the concentration was so high that she couldn't control it. However, it only lasted for 10 breaths before it disappeared. If it was a normal day, this wouldn't be a big problem. As long as one concentrated and calmed down, it would be very easy to drag it through, and it wouldn't be affected at all. The problem was that she had just consumed the barrier-dispelling pill, and her body was feeling extremely uncomfortable. In addition, Madame Bai and the others had been fighting with all their might for the past 10 years. She was mentally exhausted, so she took a short break before consuming the barrier-dispelling pill, which triggered the strongest effect of the barrier-dispelling pill. Madame Bai's body was burning hot, and she fainted. The surrounding maids were shocked and quickly went to find Yang Qin. Fortunately, even under such circumstances, the maids didn't seem to suspect that Yang Qin would harm them. After a simple diagnosis of Madame Bai's pulse, Yang Qin's face showed a smile and said to the surrounding maids, "It's okay, this is the best effect of the medicine. Madame really has a unique luck." Seeing that Madame Bai had fainted and her body was burning hot after taking the pill, Yang Qin still dared to say this. If the family members were not rational enough, Yang Qin, as a doctor, would have been beaten so badly that half of his body would have been paralyzed. Who would have given him the chance to diagnose and speak at close range? However, Yang Qin had already said that this was a pill that would make people feel uncomfortable, and any kind of discomfort or abnormality could happen. Madame Bai and the others trusted him. Coupled with Yang Qin's performance and Yang Qin's strength as an 8th-level alchemist, he had the authority to diagnose and speak like this. "Don't treat her. Just endure it like this, and the effects will be the best." Yang Qin gave another piece of advice and began to observe Madame Bai's reaction after taking the pill. This was the best opportunity for an alchemist to test the efficacy of his own pill. Just as Yang Qin had expected, Madame Bai's condition did not worsen. Instead, after taking the pill, she began to get better day by day. It was as if her illness came and went like a mountain. Fortunately, in less than 10 days, Madame Bai had recovered to her original state. Not only did she recover, she was in a better state than before she took the pill. The long-awaited pain in her body did not hurt her vitality. Instead, it shook the foundation of her vitality and stabilized it. It was like she had been reborn, but it was not to the point where she felt refreshed, not only physically, but also mentally. The high concentration of devil qi and monster qi not only brought physical pain, but also mental pain. It was like a spiritual self-improvement, as if she had been reborn. Her sealed cultivation was almost broken at that moment, but she did not know why it was reinforced at the last moment. But the feeling of the seal shaking made Madame Bai enjoy it very much. Interesting bottleneck-dispelling pill. Madame Bai could feel the difference in her body. She knew that this pill only had benefits and no side effects. However, there was still something in her heart that she wanted to say, but she couldn't. In the end, she could only sigh. Madame Bai's experiment was successful, and the maidservants were no exception. They did not need to be served by everyone like Madame Bai. Every time, half of them took the pill, and the other half would take care of them. She was indeed an infinite tribulation, true immortal. Although her cultivation was sealed at the Xian immortal level, her body's reaction was very strong. In less than 10 days, each of the maids had completely recovered. The weakest one took only 1 pill, and the most powerful one took 5 pills. None of them exceeded the limit set by Yang Qin. Yang Qin recorded the performance and changes of all the maidservants after taking the pill in detail, as well as the side effects that were beyond Yang Chen's expectation. Of course, the biggest side effect seemed to be that she was a little sick, and it took her the longest time to recover, which was 9.5 days. According to the principle of the bottleneck dispelling pill, it was not a side effect at all, but the best effect. Just as Yang Chen expected, the maidservant, who was the most sick, also felt the best after she recovered. Even if she was an infinite tribulation true immortal who was sealed, she was still an infinite tribulation true immortal in essence. This would not change. Madame Bai and the maidservants were useful, which meant that countless infinite tribulation true immortals in the immortal realm were also useful. The prescription was simple, but the materials were not simple. It was easy to get those materials that could cause diseases, but only Yang Chen had high concentration of devil qi and demonic qi. In other words, this was Yang Chen's exclusive business, just like the divine dwelling jade. What was more wonderful was that the bottleneck dispelling pill could not be taken once. It needed to be taken every few hundred or 1,000 years. It was a consumable medicine for high-level practitioners. Usually, this situation only meant one kind of situation, that was, even in the immortal world, Yang Chen was second to none, or the kind of super rich. Chapter 2399. Becoming a super rich person in the immortal world was a matter of the future. There were still many things to end at the moment, such as the Zhao family and the expert of the Dragon Clan. The Joint Command received a warning from Yang Chen. Recently, the attacks of the Zhao family had become more frequent, the pressure was increasing, and the number of experts was increasing. It was very likely that the Zhao family was going to make a big move. Because the pressure on Yang Chen's side suddenly increased, even Elder Yao of the Xuanwu Academy, who was recuperating in Chunying Palace, was invited by Yang Chen to the Mountain River geographical map to increase the strength of the Joint Command. One had to know that the addition of a golden immortal expert was equivalent to an increase of 1/10 of the strength of Yang Chen's side. Not only did Elder Yao increase, but Lin Jingyuan also took action. Of course, outsiders thought that Lin Jingyuan took action under Yang Chen's request. But in fact, Lin Jingyuan had been using the crazy golden immortal demon beasts of the Zhao family to carry out a trial. But at least the contact person of the Joint Command here saw that Yang Chen had used 2 more golden immortal experts to resist the attack of the Zhao family. There was almost no need to ask that there must be a big move with the sudden increase of attack power. If this was not the case, why would it give Yang Chen so much pressure? Wasn't it to keep Yang Chen's family firmly at the entrance of the demon beast space? From this point of view, the Zhao family's conspiracy must be aimed at the Joint Command. Although Yang Chen didn't say what the conspiracy was, and he certainly didn't know, the Joint Command still raised their vigilance. The Zhao family's blatant action was definitely not a small one. The cultivators from all sides raised their spirits and guarded tightly for 2 months. But there seemed to be no change on the Zhao family side. It seemed that the news from Yang Chen's side was not very reliable. Or perhaps everyone's judgment was wrong, and the Zhao family's target was not the spiritual world but Yang Chen's side? Just when everyone was a little relaxed and wondering if they should reconsider, something suddenly happened, catching all the cultivators off guard. Of the 7 spots he had discovered earlier, 3 had been refined, and the other 4 had been discovered in advance and chased down to slow down the speed of refinement. All of them exploded in their respective central positions. It was unknown what kind of technique the Zhao clan used, but all 7 of the spirit veins suddenly exploded. These 7 spots were all Earth God level spirit veins. They looked inconspicuous, but no one would have expected that underneath the Earth God level spirit veins on the surface, there were 7 mystic immortal level spirit veins hidden. The Zhao family had been planning for tens of thousands of years. How could they only seize a location with only 7 Earth immortal spirit veins? The 49 Xian immortal grade spirit veins had been secretly concealed for an unknown period of time, and they were connected by some mysterious formation, waiting for the final explosion. The combined power of 49 Xian immortal level spirit veins was simply beyond the expectations of all the joint commanders. The terrifying power of the explosion directly destroyed everything within a radius of thousands of miles from each point. The cultivators, formations, Dharma treasures, buildings, and all kinds of things in this area were completely destroyed by the explosion of the spirit veins. The various protective formations, reverse refining formations, and various delaying formations that the joint commanders had set up around the 7 spots were all blown up by this big explosion. Even the formations that were set up in the distance to counteract and delay the Zhao clan's refinement of the spiritual realm also exploded because of the star position explosion at the 7 stars formation, triggering a chain reaction. If it wasn't for the fact that they were really far away, and that the people guarding the formations were experts in formations, they would have escaped immediately when they sensed that something was wrong. Perhaps these formations would have become their graves. Even so, the celestial immortals and profound immortals who were chasing after the 7 points were completely annihilated by the sudden explosion. Not even their bones were left. All the previous arrangements had become useless. On the bare ground, there were no longer any obstacles that could stop the Zhao clan from refining the 7 stars formation's eye. The speed at which the Zhao clan refined the spiritual realm began to increase rapidly. No one knew what exactly happened, but the entire joint commanders were certain that the Zhao clan had really made a big move. Yang Chen's warning was not wrong. The Zhao clan was even more baffled at this moment. The sudden explosion of the star-positioned spirit veins not only destroyed the cultivators on the joint commander side, but also the Zhao clan experts who had been harassing and attacking to seize the opportunity also suffered heavy casualties. Except for a limited number of golden immortal experts, all the others who had been on a mission were buried. The most terrifying thing was that the Zhao clan did not know what had happened. After tens of thousands of years of arrangements, such a big change happened when they were at the last step. It was simply chilling. However, the sharp dragon experts still found a good opportunity and increased the intensity of the refining of the spiritual realm. Without the obstruction of any formations and cultivators, the 7 stars formation of the spiritual realm began to erupt with a refining efficiency that was hundreds of times higher than before. The 7 star positions were completely refined in just 2 days. The 7 bridgeheads were completely refined, which meant that the 7 stars formation left behind by the predecessors was completely effective. The dragon experts did not hesitate and immediately used this opportunity to frantically expand their territory. The joint commanders were stunned by this sudden attack and did not know how to defend at all. By the time they remembered to set up a new defense, it was already a little too late. All these years, in order to strengthen the resistance and delay formations, the joint commanders had invested countless resources. Almost all the resources they had on hand were invested in the surroundings of each point. This was clearly effective. The Zhao clan's refining speed was almost at a snail's pace. However, such a reckless investment also brought about a nightmarish consequence. Under the current situation, the cultivators on the joint commander's side no longer had the capital to set up formations. Even if they did, they would only be left with the consumption of some small formations. In the face of the Zhao clan's complete 7 stars formation, they simply could not fight back. Everyone could only watch helplessly as a large area of the spiritual realm was refined by the Zhao clan. Then, the various cultivators had no choice but to retreat in humiliation. Fighting in a space that was refined by the enemy was simply an act of courting death. Although everyone was sad and indignant, they were not to the point of stupidity. The higher-ups of the joint commanders also wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although they had been reminded by Yang Qin in advance and had barely made preparations in advance, in the face of such a strange attack from the Zhao clan, all their preparations became a joke. The Zhao clan's refining of the spiritual realm had already become a prairie fire, and all the cultivators began to feel despair. At such a refining speed, no matter how hard the joint commanders worked, they might not be able to block it with all their strength. The Zhao clan could break through in any direction at any time. This time, the spiritual realm was really in trouble. Chapter 2400. In less than half a year, each of the 7-star positions of the 7-star array set up by the Zhao family had a huge area with a radius of more than 100,000 miles. These areas had all been refined. No cultivator in the spiritual realm dared to approach these areas. The experts of the Zhao family appeared and disappeared unpredictably in these areas. If one encountered them without a protective array behind them, it would simply be looking for trouble. The cultivators who knew the inside story were almost desperate as they watched the edge of the refined spiritual realm expand further and further. Every inch that the black line expanded meant that the space of the spiritual realm decreased by an inch, while the space of the Zhao family increased by an inch. In the long run, if this continued, the entire spiritual realm would not be able to escape the hands of the Zhao family. The higher-ups of the Joint Command could only watch the black line at the edge of the Zhao family's space expand further and further. But there was nothing they could do. All the previous efforts were in vain. No matter how many experts were gathered, in the face of an unreasonable space refining magic treasure, everyone could only look on and sigh. At this time, the higher-ups began to regret. If they had known this would happen, it would have been better to let Gong Sunling come over to resist the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual realm. At least she was still on their side. Being refined by Gong Sunling was better than being refined by the Zhao family. Unfortunately, at that time, everyone was still thinking that they couldn't let Yang Qin and Gong Sunling become too powerful, so they were secretly on guard. If Yang Qin hadn't taken the initiative to guard the exit of the demon realm at that time, many cultivators of the Joint Command would have angrily accused Yang Qin and Gong Sunling of having ulterior motives. This time it was Yang Qin who had clearly told everyone in advance that the Zhao family might make a big move, but everyone didn't pay enough attention to it. They thought that the previous offensive had intensified such a simple change, which led to the bitter result of watching the Zhao family refine the spiritual realm. The higher-ups were smiling bitterly, laughing at their shallowness, laughing at everyone's lack of unity, and being on guard against each other. However, the bitter fruit had already been brewed, and there was really nothing they could do to change it. The refining of the spiritual realm was probably the only outcome, and it was unlikely that there would be any changes. The problem was, what should the super sect do? Although the Zhao family was only refining a remote territory now, sooner or later, it would reach the territories of the major sect. At that time, what would the major sect do? Resist? Relying on the protective mountain array to protect it? The various formations on the 7-star positions were replicas of the mountain guarding formations of the major sect, but in the end, they couldn't escape the Zhao family's refinement. This also meant that the major sect had no way of resisting the Zhao family's attack, which was based on space. Once they were refined into the other party's spatial-type magic treasure, many things would no longer be under their control. They were all cultivators. Thus, they had at least this much knowledge. Although many people were unwilling to admit it, they already had a goal in mind. If it really didn't work, perhaps they could only take refuge in Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map. In the whole world, perhaps only Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map could resist this spatial-type magic treasure of the Zhao family's dragon clan. The sect that had a good relationship with Yang Qin before was fine, especially Wuji Demon School, Yin Yang Demon School, and the 4 Taoist sections. Before Wuji Demon School, Grandmaster Su supported Yang Qin. This was definitely a battle friendship that sent charcoal in snowy weather. Yang Qin was very grateful. The other sect, because they were related to Yang Qin by marriage, the personal disciples of their respective sect masters were either Yang Qin's wives or concubines, so there was always a little bit of kinship. Yang Qin would definitely take care of them more or less. The other sect, such as the Samsara Valley, were also easy to deal with. Although they didn't support Yang Qin before, they just stood by and didn't offend him. The most miserable were the Ghost Sect, the Ghost Sect, the Ghost Sect, and the other 5 sect. They had completely offended Yang Qin. If they entered the mountain river geographical map, they didn't know how Yang Qin would torture these 6 sect. At the thought of living under someone else's roof and being humiliated and tortured for no reason, the several sect masters even wanted to die. But they didn't have any better ideas. Although Yang Qin was angry, he wouldn't destroy them. After all, there was still his base camp in the immortal world. For the sake of the higher-ups, Yang Chen wouldn't go too far. At most, it would be uncomfortable, but it was better than being destroyed by the Zhao family. At the thought of this result, the senior leaders of the sixth sect all gnashed their teeth in hatred of their greedy, golden, immortal grandmasters. The originally good cooperative relationship was ruined by their greed. It was really one wrong step, and every step was wrong. If they knew this would happen, why did they do it? This disaster was even more terrible than the devil tribulation in the spiritual realm. After all, at that time, only one point of the entrance of the demon realm came out of the demon beasts. But now it was refining the spiritual realm wantonly with 7 points as the basis. No matter how fierce the demon beasts were, there were cultivators who could deal with them. But in the refined space, even the strongest experts could only flee. What should they do? The whole spiritual realm fell into despair. At this time, there was no need to keep anything secret. All the intelligence related to the Zhao family was revealed and reported to all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. Any cultivator who was interested could go to any market square and buy a jade slip that recorded all the ins and outs of the story at the cheapest and most normal price. Now was not the time to reflect the super sect's control of the spiritual realm. Instead, all the cultivators needed to work together and offer suggestions to find a way to get through this big crisis. Although some cultivators had low cultivation, it couldn't be denied that they had a strong imagination. Maybe there would be a low-level cultivator who could come up with a way to solve the current desperate situation. At this point, any bit of hope had to be grasped. After the news was sent out, the whole spiritual realm fell into a great panic. Countless cultivators once again began to flee like they did during the devil tribulation in the spiritual realm. They abandoned the territories of their own sect, abandoned their sects, abandoned everything, and took everything they could take with them to escape to a safe place. Most of the cultivators fled to the nearest super sect. Years of experience made these low-level cultivators and cultivators from small sect believe that no matter how big the disaster was, these super sect could solve it. As long as they held on to their thighs, everything would be safe. Many cultivators even came to the territory of Chunyang Palace. This used to be the territory of Shantian sect. Now that Chunyang Palace was strong enough, many cultivators still hoped to be under the protection of Chunyang Palace. In addition, Chunyang Palace still had Yangqin and Gong Sunling's geographical map of mountains and rivers. Even if the result was bad, there would always be a way out. These cultivators didn't think as much as the super sect, as long as they could be safe. So what? It was not like they hadn't done it during the devil tribulation in the spiritual realm. This was just another time. The spiritual realm was in chaos. Chapter 2401. These days, Yang Chen could be said to be sitting on the fishing platform, not in a hurry at all. Anyway, as long as the mountain river geographical map was there, no matter how big the storm was, it would not affect Yang Chen's family, nor would it affect Chunyang Palace. He could sit on the mountain and enjoy the scenery. Yang Chen also saw the chaos in the spiritual world, but he did not go to Madame Bai to ask what happened. There were many things, even if he did not ask, he could understand a lot by thinking about it. If Madame Bai said it was solved, then it must be solved. This was not only the credibility of Madame Bai, but also the credibility of Ancestor Lu behind her. If Ancestor Lu found out that he had made a mistake at the final moment of harvest after spending tens of thousands of years setting up the trap, it would simply become the biggest joke in the world. This kind of joke could happen to Yangqin, it could happen to Gong Sunling, it could happen to any cultivator in the spiritual world, but it would not happen to Ancestor Lu. Of course, Yang Chen's mysterious sworn brother, Li Cheng, would certainly not make such a joke. Since it was not a joke, then these things that appeared in the spiritual world were inevitable. From the perspective of trust, the chaos in the spiritual world was definitely an inevitable step to destroy the refining of the spiritual world, not to give the other party food. Wasn't there a saying that if you want to destroy something, you must first make it crazy? What was the difference between the current situation and madness? The entire spiritual world had almost become an unguarded feast for the Zhao family's dragon clan master. As long as he was willing, he could easily swallow the spiritual world bit by bit, and even when he wanted to swallow it, and how he wanted to swallow it. Although Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map was powerful, without the help of a master like Yang Qin who could refine a certain space entrance, it was impossible to find a connection point to refine the space. Refining a world wasn't something that could be done just by finding a random place to refine. The Joint Command was now willing to let Gong Sunling refine the spiritual world, but they did not know that Gong Sunling could not even find the starting point of the refining. In order to refine the spiritual realm, the Zhao family had spent tens of thousands of years setting up everything they could to obtain 7 bridgeheads for the initial refinement. Those who had not experienced refining space would never be able to imagine the difficulty of refining a world. Did they really think that they could refine it just by raising their hands? Even for the Zhao family, seeing that everything was going smoothly, Yang Chen, who knew the inside story, could guess the hidden dangers. Not to mention anything else. Just those 7 spots alone were a huge disaster when the spirit vein erupted. Could 7 Earth immortal spirit veins create such power? What kind of joke was this? Even if Yang Qin didn't go there, he knew that to be able to blow up an area of several thousand miles to the point where not even a blade of grass could survive, it had to be at least at the level of a few Xian immortal grade spirit veins. This was not the first time the Zhao clan had used such a method to conceal the spirit vein. Weren't the sealing formations that sealed the dragon puppet, Old Bug High, and the others all like this? It looked like there were only 1 or a few inconspicuous Earth immortal grade spirit veins, but there were at least 2 Xian immortal grade spirit veins hidden. The spirit vein that exploded in the 7 star formations formation I was simply a replica of the spirit veins that sealed the formation I. One must know that these hidden spirit veins were the real foundation that provided the formation I with an endless supply of energy. If these foundations were gone, no matter how tall the skyscrapers built in the future, they would only be castles in the air. One day, someone could sneeze and it would collapse. The more the Zhao clan refined the spiritual realm now, the more damaged it would be when it collapsed in the future. Yang Chen did not need to ask Madame Bai or Big Brother Li Cheng about this. He could figure it out with his toes. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Spiritual Realm United Command were so anxious that their eyebrows were on fire. Their mouths were full of blisters. Why bother? Of course, it was easy for Yang Qin to say that. He knew the inside story, so naturally he was not worried. However, the higher-ups of the United Command did not know about this. They were still racking their brains to resist the Zhao clan's refinement. It was inevitable that they would be anxious. This was what Yang Qin had learned before. There was a difference of 1 word between knowing and not knowing. Big Brother Li Cheng was also with Yang Qin recently. However, Yang Chen felt that Big Brother Li Cheng was not here to care about the refinement of the spiritual realm. He was here to see the effects of Madame Bai and the others taking the barrier-dispelling pill. As soon as they met, Big Brother Li Cheng passed the jade slip that recorded the symptoms of Madame Bai and the maidservants after taking the pill to Yang Chen. Holding it in his hand, he closed his eyes and used his divine sense to read it with great interest. As an alchemist, Yang Chen understood Big Brother Li Cheng's mentality. A new medicinal pill had been created, and it was created using an extremely simple principle. Yet, it was able to solve the extremely complicated problem of super cultivators. This was a research direction that people couldn't help but want to research. Every different reaction and different performance was worth carefully pondering the reasons and thinking about the principles contained in it. The 2 sworn brothers sat on both sides of the exquisite jade table in the Dragon Palace. On the table in front of everyone, there was an exquisite jade cup that people wanted to take away after using it. It was filled with the wine brewed by Sun Qingxiue and the jade dragon brewing yeast. In the middle, there was a side dish carefully prepared by Gong Sunling. While drinking, they talked about the detailed pharmacology of the barrier-dispelling pill and discussed with each other whether a certain symptom was right or not. The days were not too free and easy. However, the free and easy days did not last long. The master of the Chunying Palace came to the door. Yang Chen could refuse to see others, but the master of the palace certainly could not. Respectfully inviting them into the Dragon Palace, and then respectfully greeting them was the right way to go. Yang Chen, now many small sects want to be sheltered under our Chunying Palace. Should we accept them or not? The master of the palace did not talk much with Yang Chen. He took a sip of tea and went straight to the topic. I think they still want to enter the mountain river geographical map. It was human nature to seek good fortune and avoid evil, and the cultivators were no exception. Yang Chen did not think that there was anything wrong with what these cultivators did. The master of the palace was also a bit too cautious. Because of such a thing, he had to specifically ask himself. Of course, this was also the respect of the master of the palace for Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Compared with the master of the palace, the Ghost Yin sect's golden immortal ancestors were simply bandits and robbers. This was also the reason why Yang Chen had always been respectful to the master of the palace from beginning to end. If people respect him, he would respect them. Yang Chen knew very well why the master of the palace would ask this, because there was a reason for this. When all the sect was nervous, Yang Chen's message to the master of the palace was to wait and see. There was no mention of any dangerous retreat. This was the reason why the master of the palace was not afraid of the change in the situation. Chapter 2402. Take it. Why not? Yang Chen replied very straightforwardly. When we were in Linyangchuan, we took in people who were in trouble. Now we have to fulfill the responsibility of a big sect. As long as the development of the sect was mentioned, the eyes of the palace master were absolutely bright. Yang Chen's words were to his liking, and he nodded directly. Before, the palace master only felt that Chunying Palace was taking advantage of other sects' difficulties, but now there was no such scruples. Chunying Palace was no longer the insignificant Chunying Palace of the past, but a behemoth Chunying Palace that had annexed the Xiantian sect. It was only a few steps away from entering the ranks of the super sect. As Yang Chen said, the sect was big, and it was natural to fulfill the responsibility of a big sect. The change in mentality began with Yang Chen's words. Originally, he only felt that he still had no right to speak as the palace master of a small sect. Now he had become the leader of a big sect that needed to take many cultivators in the spiritual world to the future. Almost instantly, the palace master let out a loud laugh. It was a kind of completely surpassing the previous palace master, surpassing the ancestors of the past generations, and carrying forward the Chunying Palace. Maybe he could even ascend to the immortal world and stand in front of the ancestors with his head held high. In an instant, the state of mind of the palace master seemed to suddenly expand, and even his spiritual power cultivation base began to advance by leaps and bounds. With the Tianyuan pill as a foundation, it could almost be said that as long as the state of mind of the palace master could grow, his cultivation base could grow. In a short period of time, the palace master, who was only in the early stage of Fairy Immortal, advanced by leaps and bounds and went straight to the late stage of Fairy Immortal. When it stabilized, he had already touched the edge of the peak Fairy Immortal. Just a sentence from Yang Chen had caused such consequences. Even Yang Chen did not expect it. However, now that the palace master had laughed wildly, he was no longer confused. There was no need to ask Yang Chen anything. He directly laughed and went out to fulfill the obligations of the sect. From the beginning to the end, the head of the palace did not have the hesitation and struggle of other sects. Yang Chen was a disciple of his own sect, and there was a powerful Chunying Palace in the mountain river geographical map that was hundreds of times stronger than the Chunying Palace outside. Others were afraid that they would be annexed after entering the mountain river geographical map. What was Chunyang Palace afraid of? The reason why he came to ask Yangqin was that he was afraid that he would be attacked by others if he accepted the protection of those small sect. Now that he was fulfilling his responsibility as a big sect, there was no need for him to bear these unnecessary burdens. Chunyang Palace, as in the past in Linyang River, directly vacated several cities with concentrated spiritual veins in the current territory and began to accept the cultivators who came from all directions. Under the arrangement of the head of the palace, the disciples who received the Chunyang Palace did not mention anything about guaranteeing that they would bring everyone into the mountain river geographical map. The refining area was still far away from here. Even if the speed of the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual world was maintained, it was not possible to refine it here within 180 years. No one knew how the situation would turn out in the end, so Chunyang Palace would never take the initiative to do things that might cause others to misunderstand. The current situation was only regarded as a settlement site for the demonic tribulation of the spiritual world, which Cultivator did not have bad luck. They would temporarily avoid the edge of the Zhao family and live in the cities of Chunyang Palace first. They had done this kind of thing before. Now they were facing it for the second time, and everyone was familiar with it. With Chunyang Palace as an example, those cultivators who sought refuge in the surrounding super sect seemed to have found their backbone and were no longer hesitant or frightened. Since the final outcome was still early, there was no need to fall into despair so early. Even the various super sect were reassured by the psychological changes of these panicked cultivators around them. Indeed, it was not the most desperate moment, and there was really no need to do those things. Moreover, when there were some things that had to be done, was there any other choice? Apart from entering the mountain river geographical map to hide, was there any other way? Since there was no choice at that time, what was the use of worrying now? No matter whether they had been on good terms before or offended the sect of Chunyang Palace, they had to face that moment. At that time, whatever the other party said would be the truth. Whether they were worried or uneasy, could they change the other party's thoughts and practices? It seemed that the pressure brought by the Zhao family was so great that even the high-level members of the sect were not calm. Looking at the reaction of Chunyang Palace, as usual, they stabilized from that state of panic. Once they stabilized and no longer panicked, many high-level members began to analyze the situation in front of them, being able to become a high-level member of a super sect. Which of them was not extremely cunning? Soon, some people found some clues from the previous signs of the explosion of the 7-star positions. It was exactly the same as what Yangqin had found. The explosion of the spiritual veins on the surface could not have such great power. If all the hidden spiritual veins were to explode, how long could the momentum of the Zhao family's high-speed refining continue? As if in line with the speculations of all parties, the speed of the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual world suddenly slowed down. In the previous day, they might be able to refine 100 miles, but now it had directly regressed to less than 1 mile. In this way, no matter how strong and powerful the Zhao family was, when they slowly refined the spiritual world into the territories of the major sect, it would take at least hundreds of years, or at most thousands of years. In such a long time, would they be afraid that the parties could not think of any way to fight against them? In addition, now that the Zhao family no longer had the spiritual veins of the star positions, the previous formations could still work, and they could still greatly delay the speed of the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual world. Some cultivators couldn't wait to start experimenting, and then they were surprised to find that those delaying formations worked. Under the resistance of the formations, the speed of the Zhao family's refining of the spiritual world was once again compressed, almost to the point that it was measured in feet. This time, all parties were more at ease. In terms of time, it was equivalent to fighting for another thousands of years. Except for those relatively unlucky sects and cultivators in the expansion range of the star positions, other cultivators were basically safe. In any case, thousands of years were enough for the major sects to find a way to fight against them. If it didn't work, they could invite a few golden immortals or even zenith heaven golden immortals from the immortal realm, and all the problems could be solved. After the major sects stabilized their footing, many super cultivators began to feel ashamed of their previous worries. They had not done anything yet, but they were already panicking. On the contrary, they were not as calm as Chunyang Palace, which had just joined the ranks of the major sect. Even if Chunyang Palace had the Mountain River geographical map as a backing, it could not be ruled out that Chunyang Palace was still not a super sect. For now, they could only fight with the Zhao family to save the face that the sect had lost before. Chapter 2403. The war began to break out, and the trigger of the outbreak was the change in the 7-star positions arranged by the Zhao family. When the scope of refining the spiritual realm expanded to a certain range, and each star position had a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles, it suddenly stopped expanding. At first, all the cultivators thought that it was just the master of the Zhao family who wanted to consolidate his territory with the help of the aftermath of the explosion of the spiritual vein, so they didn't act rashly. This was a reasonable reason. No matter how strong the master of the Zhao family was, no matter how powerful the spatial magic treasure was, it was impossible to refine the entire spiritual realm in one go. Such a huge spiritual realm couldn't be swallowed in one go. It had to be done in stages and steps in a planned way. Just as everyone was still on guard outside the refined territory of the Zhao family, a little cultivator who wasn't very smart inexplicably entered the Zhao family's territory. Then, everyone found an abnormality. The space refined by the Zhao family didn't have the obvious aura of the Zhao family. The originally clear demarcation line that kept advancing and made everyone tremble with fear was slowly fading away. What was going on? Countless masters checked the edge of the Zhao family's refined territory from all directions, bit by bit. Then they were shocked to find that the places they thought had been refined were not in fact. This discovery shocked all of the higher-ups in the Joint Command Center. Faced with such a delightful yet unbelievable piece of news, everyone's feelings were indescribable. The only thing they could do was to get the powerhouses to carefully investigate what had happened and confirm if the situation was the same for all the regions in the spiritual realm that had been refined. In fact, no one dared to believe such news, except for Yangqin. Could there be any changes in the refined space? It wasn't that the refining master suddenly died, nor was it that the refined spatial magic treasure suddenly exploded. How could such an incredible thing happen? Then the news spread back to the Joint Command headquarters from all directions, all of which were good news. All the spaces that everyone thought had been refined by the Zhao family were actually not refined. No one knew what had happened, but the scene of the Zhao family aggressively refining everywhere was still vivid in their minds. It was also a fact that the Zhao family's experts appeared and disappeared mysteriously in that area. What was going on? Ancestor Liu is indeed ruthless. Yangqin and Big Brother Li Cheng sat together and drank. As they drank, they sighed. Not only did they destroy the star positions that they had painstakingly set up, but they also directly cut off the area that was being refined. There's no way to connect with that space magic treasure. The Zhao family must be crying now. No matter what, the spirit realm is one of the foundations of the 3 realms. No matter how impudent that Liu fellow is, he wouldn't dare to let the spirit realm be refined by an outsider. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't have the slightest bit of respect for Ancestor Liu. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly called Ancestor Liu as if he didn't care at all. But he also explained the reason behind it. Yangqin did not dare to be disrespectful to Ancestor Liu like Big Brother Li Cheng. Whether in front of others or behind others, Yangqin always maintained sufficient respect for Ancestor Liu. However, Big Brother Li Cheng's words also made Yangqin secretly think in his heart. The spirit realm was one of the foundations of the 3 realms. No one dared to be refined. In other words, even the Mountain River geographical map wouldn't work. The spirit realm was like this, and it was the same in the mortal world. Fortunately, Yuan Qin had the idea of refining the mortal world. Fortunately, he didn't do it. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of backlash he would have suffered. The Zhao family suffered a big loss this time. Tens of thousands of years of careful arrangements were destroyed. Not only was everything that they had painstakingly set up in the spirit realm destroyed, but even the hard work that they had worked hard to refine became useless and was completely destroyed. In order to be able to refine the spirit realm, the Zhao family let the mountain river geographical map snatch a part of the demon realm as the price. Now it was all for Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. When the first master of the Zhao family wandering in the star position area of the spirit realm was discovered, the cultivators of all parties confirmed the fact that the Zhao family did not refine the spirit realm at all. The elusive master of the Zhao family became the same as everyone else. He could only walk in this area, and everything returned to its original state. The war broke out. Each of the 7 star positions had a radius of millions of miles. There were more than hundreds of thousands of masters of the Zhao family distributed in these 7 star positions. It could be said that the Zhao family had mobilized most of its effective forces to the spirit realm, waiting to completely occupy the spirit realm. Because of the destruction of Madame Bai and her team, all the arrangements of the Zhao family were ruined. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were also surrounded in the spirit realm. After knowing the exact news, the whole spirit realm seemed to be in a carnival of excitement. Those who were homeless and thought that they would have to seek shelter in a big sect in the future were all as happy as children. This kind of excitement was incomprehensible to the cultivators of the super sect who had not experienced the destruction of their homes. In fact, even the disciples of the super sect were happy, from top to bottom. This was the case from top to bottom. At least they would not worry about one day in the future having to bow to the Pyryang Palace and have to bow to Yangqin. The 6 sects, including the Ghost Sect and the Ghost Sect, were in the happiest mood. The sudden failure of the Zhao family to refine the spirit realm was like solving the biggest problem for the 6 sect. Countless cultivators who had been suppressed for many years rushed into the area of the 7 star positions with red eyes. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Zhao family waiting for them to kill. In the past, all the masters of the Zhao family were hiding in the demon realm, and they could not reach them. Now that they were trapped in the spirit realm, weren't they at the mercy of others? For many years, the cultivators of the spirit realm had been bullied by the guys of the Zhao family who relied on the refined space to appear and disappear mysteriously. Finally, the clouds parted and the moon shone. How could these bastards of the Zhao family have such a day? Countless cultivators had been waiting for this day to give these fellows from the Zhao family a good beating. Now their chance had arrived. The poor hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Zhao family, surrounded by tens of millions of cultivators, did not even have a chance to escape. They could only gather together crazily, relying on the protection of a few golden immortal grandmasters, condensed into a rope, and rushed to the core of the trial ground, which was the entrance to the demon realm. Since the spirit realm had not been refined, and even they were left here, if they wanted to return to the base camp of the Zhao family, they could only go through the entrance to the demon realm. This was the only way. If they didn't want to die, they could only break through this road. The senior leaders of the Joint Command were not fools. Naturally, they had already calculated all this, and directly arranged a heavy guard on this road. They didn't even need to send people to find the whereabouts of the cultivators of the Zhao family. They would naturally rush here. After so many years, the spirit realm finally regained the initiative. Chapter 2404. Many cultivators were actually very grateful to Chunyang Palace, especially those who had sought refuge in Chunyang Palace from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Chunyang Palace did not put up any pretense of protection. It was completely in accordance with the handling situation at the Sunset Rock at that time, letting all the cultivators spend a small amount of spirit stones in exchange for the right to live a quiet life in those cities. In other words, they built several cities and then sold the houses to these cultivators. To put it bluntly, Chunyang Palace did a real estate transaction in the spiritual realm. It had nothing to do with seeking protection or anything like that. At that time, everyone felt lucky, and naturally, they would not refuse such an excuse. Because of the influence of Chunyang Palace, those super sect also dealt with the matter in a similar way. After all, if they couldn't do it in the end, they would probably have to rush to Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace's method of dealing with the matter was the least embarrassing, and it was the most recognized. This tacit understanding was maintained until the Zhao family failed to refine the spiritual realm. In this way, everyone was relieved, and many people secretly cheered for Chunyang Palace. If it weren't for Chunyang Palace's method of giving face to all the cultivators, perhaps everyone would face more embarrassment now. After all, if they had sought refuge in Chunyang Palace or other sect in the name of seeking protection, it would not be so easy to leave at this time. This move of Chunyang Palace preserved everyone's dignity and face to the greatest extent, and it also preserved freedom to the greatest extent. According to the statement of Chunyang Palace, they sold some houses to everyone. It was a transaction of mutual consent, and there was no gratitude or hatred. In the future, they would do what they had to do. If everyone was really sincere, they could take care of the business of Wanbao Tower in the future. Since they were grateful, this small request was not a problem at all. Except for some things that Wanbao Tower didn't have, they could buy them anywhere else. Moreover, the reputation of Wanbao Tower in terms of elixirs was now about to surpass that of Danding School's marketplace. Although they did not say it out loud, they had already decided in their hearts that if there was a need in the future, they would go to Wanbao Tower first. Leaving aside the cultivator's thoughts, the United Commander was truly proud of himself this time. After being suppressed for so long, it was finally time to counterattack. More than a dozen shrewd old foxes set up one attack after another. Even if there were golden immortal experts among the group of cultivators left behind by the Zhao family, they were destined to live in fear from now on and would never be able to live a normal life. Those mobile golden immortal grandmasters no longer had to run for their lives. As long as they identified a golden immortal expert would immediately intercept and fight them. In a one-on-one battle, the Zhao clan was still one golden immortal short. One of the golden immortal experts who was freed up immediately started to surround them. Only the biggest idiot would care about fairness at a time like this. Back when the Zhao family had the upper hand, they never talked about fairness. Now that they finally had a chance to bully others with numbers, if they didn't get back at them, when would they be able to do so? With one more golden immortal, they could just randomly find an opponent to attack. With an absolute advantage, they might be able to end the battle very quickly. Then, the two golden immortals who were freed up would reinforce the other battle circles and keep attacking with superior forces. They believed that it would not take long for the battle in the spiritual realm to end. This was a rare piece of good news since the battle with the Zhao family, or rather, there had been no good news since sect Master Li of the Xiantian sect was dismissed. Now, they had held on until the last moment and waited for the happiest ending. However, the United Commander did not get carried away by the sudden happiness. They knew very well what the Zhao family experts who stayed in the spiritual realm wanted to do. It was nothing more than to rush to the entrance of the demon realm and escape back to the demon realm. Similarly, the Zhao family in the demon realm was also eager to rescue this group of experts. Therefore, at this time, the greatest pressure should be Yang Chen's family in the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen's family had indeed been under a lot of pressure recently. However, it was not because of the pressure when facing the enemy, but because of another reason. As long as they were in the Mountain River geographical map and did not want to fight, no matter how powerful the cultivators of the Zhao family were, they would not dare to run into the Mountain River geographical map and take the initiative to attack. That was not an attack, but a suicide mission. The Zhao family was also very clear about this, but they knew even more that if they did not open the entrance to the demon realm, then the hundreds of thousands of disciples who were accidentally left outside would probably all be buried inside. However, Yang Chen's family avoided fighting, and the other party had no choice but to rely on the spiritual realm that had been refined to collide with the mountain river geographical map. In this regard, the mountain river geographical map had never been afraid of its opponents. The Zhao family had refined a lot of space in the demon realm, but it was only 20% more than the mountain river geographical map. The two sides were still 6-4 in terms of space, and Yang Qin was at a disadvantage. But don't forget, Yang Qin had already divided the obvious three realms and also completely refined the demon realm, refined the heavenly tribulation, and the third primordial spirit also mastered the heavenly Tao. If these advantages were added, the mountain river geographical map would have the upper hand. Therefore, when the whole Zhao family was crazy, Yang Qin still had the leisure to drink and chat with elder brother Li Cheng. However, because elder brother Li Cheng always spoke rudely to ancestor Lu, from time to time he would be dissatisfied by Madame Bai. She often called him a junior, which made elder brother Li Cheng angry for a long time. The Zhao family madly used the space magic weapon to hit the mountain river geographical map, but Yang Qin and Gong Sunling basically ignored it. Now, every minute, the mountain river geographical map would become stronger because of the ascension of a cultivator, but the space magic weapon of the Zhao family had come to an end. Without the heavenly tribulation, without the heavenly Tao, I am afraid that there is no way to improve it except to refine the core of the demon realm. Why waste this energy to fight against it? But when the senior leaders of the Joint Command arrived, there was a fierce battle scene in the mountain river geographical map. 8 golden immortal masters, plus Yang Chen's family, were resisting the indiscriminate bombardment of more than a dozen golden immortal masters of the Zhao family. The only one who did not participate in the battle was Gong Sunling, who was responsible for receiving them and controlling the overall situation. Seeing this situation, the Joint Command side did not dare to neglect, and immediately let the masters who came with them swarm up. Finally, they came in time and struck back the wave of ferocious offensive of the Zhao family. With the retreat of the Zhao family masters like the tide, everyone had time to breathe a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, we came in time. The island master and the others were also scared out of cold sweat. Looking at the battle situation here, if they came a moment later, I am afraid that the Zhao family would have rushed in. Is it going to be a decisive battle? Only at this moment, Yang Qin asked the island master. Chapter 2405. Yang Qin just asked casually, but he immediately got the exact answer. When the guys left by the Zhao family in the spiritual world are eliminated, it will really be the time of the decisive battle. The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island replied with a smile. The faces of the senior members of the Joint Command, including the island master, were very good, and the good news that kept coming made their previous worries disappear. They were all masters of the Heaven Immortal level. They were in a good mood. How could they see the slightest unhappiness? So many years of repression had disappeared, and even their cultivation base had improved a little. The Zhao family really couldn't be left. The masters they left in the spiritual world were simply given to the Joint Command as revenge. In the past, these guys' hands were stained with the blood of the spiritual world cultivators. Now that they had become turtles in a jar, how could the spiritual world cultivators not know the truth of beating a drowning dog? Yang Chen would not participate in these killings. First, he was far away, and second, if he participated in it, people would feel that he was robbing them of their credit. Anyway, Yang Chen's family had already made a great contribution by guarding the entrance and exit of the demon realm. The Zhao family has been crazy these days. Yang Chen did not forget to give credit to himself and his family in front of the island master and the senior members of the Joint Command. After mentioning the hard work of his family, he also gave the senior members of the Joint Command a big reassurance. The entrance and exit of the demon realm is also being refined. In a few months, the refining will definitely be completed. After the process of the Zhao family refining the spiritual world and then the complete failure, the senior members of the Joint Command also understood that it was not so easy to refine a world. Not only must there be a solid refining point, but even if it was refined, there would be various reasons that would lead to failure. Therefore, when Yang Chen said that he was refining the entrance and exit of the demon realm and it would take a few months, the senior members were not surprised at all. Although it was only a small space entrance and exit, it was not so easy to refine it in a few months. As for how Gong Sunling found a suitable refinement spot in the spiritual realm, no one asked her about it. Everyone knew that it was meaningless to ask. Everyone knew that Yang Chen came out from the Immortal execution platform, where so many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and innumerable Tribulation True Immortals had been killed. If any of them leaked some information, Yang Chen would be able to gain great benefits. This was Yang Chen's private matter. Even though the higher-ups of the United Command were extremely curious, no one asked about it. Yang Chen's words did give everyone a reassurance. If the entrance and exit of the monster realm could be refined, then they would no longer have to worry about the Zhao family being able to invade the spiritual world. They would be completely blocked in the monster realm. Even if they lost the battle to exterminate the Zhao family, they didn't have to worry about the Zhao family invading the spiritual realm through the demon realm's entrance. For the Joint Commander, this was simply a huge gift that was directly delivered to their hands. With this as a guarantee, they no longer had to worry about the Zhao family overturning the situation. From then on, the initiative of the war was truly and completely in the hands of the Joint Commander, and they no longer had to worry about failure. Sometimes the island owner was jealous. Why was such an excellent disciple like Yang Chen born in Chunying Palace? Logically speaking, with the experience of Yang Chen coming out from the Immortal execution platform, how could he not know that Chunying Palace was actually not the best choice for his cultivation? To be honest, since Yang Chen became famous for refining elixirs, which major sect had not carefully dug out Yang Chen's background. At that time, Yang Chen was not the first to find Chunying Palace. He had tried in Taishimen and several other sects successively, but because he did not have a spiritual root, he was eliminated. The most outrageous was Taishimen. It turned out that Yang Chen was driven away because he screamed before the test. Because of this, Taishimen did not know how many disciples had been punished in those years. In this way, Yang Chen was also lucky to be admitted into Chunying Palace. However, for Chunying Palace, it was really lucky. Because of a disciple, Chunying Palace had changed from a small sect to a big sect that was comparable to a super sect. Yang Chen's contribution could not go unnoticed. Today was really a good time. Not only did he see the final madness of the Zhao family with his own eyes, but he also repelled the Zhao family's counterattack in time. In the end, he also got a piece of news that made people happy. It was a worthwhile trip. Since the Joint Commander had arrived, most of the pressure did not need to be borne by Yang Chen's family. There were many masters brought by all sides, and they were soon sent to the front line to fight with the masters of the Zhao family. The difference was that this time the masters of the spiritual realm were all powerful, and they beat the masters of the Zhao family to retreat. Of course, the 6 golden immortal masters who were punished by Yang Chen could not rest. In fact, they had been fighting from the beginning to the end, and they had not stopped for years. Until now, when the reinforcements came, they were still the main force and could not rest. This was a punishment, and no one felt that it was wrong. Even the sect masters of the Ghostine sect and the Ghost sect thought so, and they did not cry out for their golden immortal masters at all. They should also be taught a good lesson. Otherwise, according to their temperament, no one knew how much trouble they would cause in the future. Yang Chen could subdue and punish them. After the initial uncomfortable time, the sect masters of the sect slowly realized that it was not necessarily a bad thing. One of the golden immortal masters of the sect was about to become the grand supreme sect master of their respective sect. The sect masters of the righteous sects did not have the slightest restraint on them. How could the sect masters, who had always been in power, tolerate this? After experiencing Yang Chen's punishment of these golden immortal masters, almost all the golden immortal masters of the sect had their tails between their legs. The sect masters of the various sects had never been so effective in front of their golden, immortal masters. This was all thanks to Yang Chen. In the war against the Zhao family, Yang Chen was simply a mascot, and all the good things seemed to be related to him. If there were still people who bewitched the sect masters of the various sect to do something to Yang Chen, they would probably be killed by the sect masters before they could finish their words. Even if they wanted to harm others, they would not be so blatant. After experiencing the previous mistake, no one was willing to go through it again. Even the sect masters of the various sects had the same thought. After more than 10 years of torment, the headquarters of the Joint Command Center once again returned to the entrance of the Demon Realm. The annihilation war in the 7-star regions was still going on. Of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Zhao family, more than half of them with low cultivation had been killed, leaving only some cultivators with high cultivation who were still stubbornly resisting. However, under the joint attack of all parties, especially the siege of the Golden Immortal Masters, the number of experts of the Zhao family was decreasing, and the casualties were heavy. Now, all parties were only waiting for these experts of the Zhao family to be killed, and when Gong Sunling refined the entrance of the Demon Realm, they could enter the final battle. Chapter 2406. Half a year flew by. The cultivators didn't even realize how many things they had done before the time had passed. Good news kept coming from the spiritual realm. The surrounded disciples of the Zhao family were being nibbled away, bit by the army of the spiritual realm. 10 were killed today and 5 were killed tomorrow. Anyway, there were reports of success every day, and the 7-star positions were in full bloom. Without the stable base of the Zhao family, all the spiritual veins within the star positions had been completely destroyed due to the previous explosion. So, the experts of the Zhao family didn't even have a place to replenish their spiritual power. Those who were rich could use spirit stones to replenish their spiritual power, but those who were not rich could only absorb the pitiful spiritual energy from the air. There were less than 10,000 Zhao family cultivators left in the spiritual realm, all of whom are Golden Immortal, Xian Immortal, and Heaven Immortal experts. However, even these experts had reached their limit. They had no supplies at all, so they could only replenish their spiritual power by luck. In a situation where the cultivators of the spiritual realm had an absolute advantage, they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Their only hope was that the Zhao family of the Demon Realm would open the entrance to the Demon Realm and send an expert to pick them up. The Joint Command slowed down the intensity of the attack. After all, the remaining members of the Zhao family were all experts. Although they had no foundation, after so many years, they still had a few good defensive formations in the star positions. If they really attacked with all their might, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. Since Yang Chen could cut off the connection between the disciples of the Zhao family and the Demon Realm, why should they kill them all? After the Zhao family of the Demon Realm was subdued, these excellent Golden Immortal, Xian Immortal, and Heaven Immortal experts might become the new disciples of the major sect. The major sect had suffered heavy losses in the confrontation with the Zhao family. If they could get compensation from these experts, it might not be a bad thing. At any time, many things were actually for the sake of benefits. People would even forget some unpleasant past events. All parties were secretly calculating. The experts were only working, but not putting in effort. As long as the Zhao family's experts did not escape, they would not seriously deal with them. As a result, the remaining experts of the Zhao family were now besieged in the core area of the 7-star positions, forming a strange stalemate with experts of the major sect. Regardless of their motives, it seemed that all the sect members were waiting for Yang Chen to finish refining the entrance to the Demon Realm. Those who wanted to completely destroy the Zhao family, or those who wanted to clean up the mess and subdue the masters, all supported Gong Sunling to completely refine the entrance. This was the foundation of everything, and the only way to cut off the Zhao family's retreat. Gong Sunling lived up to expectations. After half a year of arduous refinement, she finally refined the entrance to the Demon Realm. Only the heavens knew that Gong Sunling had been spending all this time with her husband. When had she worked so hard to refine it? However, just because Yang Chen's family knew about it didn't mean that the United Command knew about it too. The result they had been waiting for finally came. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Refining the entrance to the demon realm meant that the spiritual realm finally had complete control over the situation. Whether it was killing or subduing, there was an extremely important foundation. The Zhao family's attacks became more and more frenzied. These days, the battle between the two sides on the buffer zone between the two spatial magic weapons had never stopped. The casualties on both sides had directly risen to 5 digits. It had to be known that this was the buffer zone where one could return to the most stable space if they retreated a few feet. The intensity of the battle could be seen. However, once the entrance to the demon realm was refined, the United Command no longer had to worry about anything. The Zhao family's experts were firmly sealed in the demon realm, and they no longer had to think about entering the spiritual realm. What if the Zhao family disguises themselves as disciples of a certain sect in the spiritual realm? Yang Qin seemed to think that things were not messy enough and directly raised his doubts. A Ling can't tell who is who. Once someone enters the Mountain River geographical map with a spatial magic weapon and enters the spiritual realm through the entrance to the demon realm, there was no need for Yang Qin to remind more. The faces of the United Command's senior executives all changed. If that really happened, I'm afraid that all the previous hard work would become a joke. If the Zhao family's experts sneaked into the spiritual realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. All the disciples who enter the Mountain River geographical map must not leave easily. After the consultation of the senior executives of the United Command, a solution was quickly found. Only after being tested by the experts sent by our families would they be qualified to leave the Mountain River geographical map and enter the spiritual realm. In addition, any spiritual realm cultivator in the Mountain River geographical map, once they have a dispute with others and fight, they will be imprisoned immediately and wait for a special inspection. According to the practice of the United Command, it was easy for the other party to sneak into the Mountain River geographical map, but it would not be so simple to get out. Fortunately, Yang Chen's reminder was timely. At least the Dragon Clan expert, who had refined most of the demon realm, was still fighting against Gong Sunling in the demon realm. The biggest hidden danger had not had a chance to make corresponding arrangements. The rest of the war was relatively simple. The spiritual realm was no longer in a hurry. They ignored the crazy attacks of the Zhao family cultivators and quietly waited for the moment when the other side lost patience. The war of cultivators could also use the art of war. Perhaps they felt that victory was in their grasp, so the United Command was very relieved. Every day, a sect master took turns to the front line to inspect, grasp the latest situation, and wait for the Zhao family to reveal a fatal flaw so that they could carry out the final blow. If the Zhao family was not completely eliminated in the demon realm, it could be said that the cultivators of the entire spiritual realm would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. In fact, the biggest trouble now was that the other party had refined 60% of the demon realm. With a world in hand, it was almost difficult for the cultivators who rushed in to win. Therefore, to a large extent, the final decisive battle still needed the participation of Gong Sunling. But Gong Sunling herself had no idea how to do it. She could only wait for the deployment of the United Command. The senior executives of the United Command seemed to have been prepared and had long expected such a situation. None of the sect masters seemed to be in a hurry, but it made Yang Qin curious. What kind of method did these sect masters think of? However, before the senior executives of the United Command took the initiative to launch an attack, the Zhao family had already taken the initiative to launch an attack. In fact, their attack had already begun a few years ago. For so many years, the constant attacks on the buffer zone between the two sides were just to cover up an array that they had carefully designed. This array forcibly connected the Mountain River geographical map with the spatial magic weapon of the Zhao family's Dragon Clan expert, and it could not be separated. Chapter 2407. The Zhao family spent several years quietly setting up a connection formation in the buffer zone between the two spaces, connecting the two spaces tightly together. There was no need for space collisions, and there was no need to fight against one's own space in the buffer zone. From the moment they were connected, the two spaces seemed to be stuck by the strongest glue and could not be separated. Then Gong Sunling immediately began to resist, but the other party was also unwilling to show weakness and began to refine the mountain river geographical map at the same time. As soon as Gong Sunling noticed the other party's intention, she immediately began to refine the other party tit for tat. The two spatial magic weapons, starting from the connected area, were in each other, and it was no longer clear which one belonged to which one. One moment, it was refined by the Zhao family, and the next moment, Gong Sunling snatched it back. The competition was extremely fierce. In order to achieve this goal, the Zhao family paid the price of more than tens of thousands of lives to successfully set up the formation. Now, the two sides began to refine each other and resist each other's refining. It depended on whose cultivation was stronger and whose magic weapon was more powerful. The final space belonged to who? This was something that no one had expected. All of a sudden, the Joint Command thought that they had completely taken the initiative before suddenly became a joke. When everyone understood the real situation, the senior executives of the Joint Command, who were still talking and laughing before could no longer smile, immediately ordered people to kill the Zhao family disciples left in the spiritual world. Several sect masters tacitly issued orders, and then turned their attention back to the situation at hand. Not long ago, several sect masters still had the dream of subduing the Zhao family masters in the spiritual world, but now the dream was shattered. If they couldn't kill those Zhao family masters before the Zhao family masters gained the upper hand, the dream would become a nightmare. Gong Sunling refined the entrance and exit of the demon realm. But if the Zhao family masters defeated Gong Sunling, they might be able to snatch the entrance and exit of the demon realm from Gong Sunling. Once the entrance and exit of the demon realm were in the hands of the Zhao family masters, the sect masters in the spiritual world would have to face the bad news of the Zhao family masters killing their own disciples again. This was not an unnecessary worry, but a very high possibility. After all, the cultivation of the Zhao family masters was already at the peak of Golden Immortal, only one step away from Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This was known to many cultivators, because there were more than one or two Golden Immortal Masters who had faced the Dragon Masters. On their side, Gong Sunling was only at the peak of Xian Immortal level. Perhaps this cultivation level would definitely be a super master in the spiritual world. But sometimes people were afraid of comparison. Compared to the peak of the Golden Immortal Masters, there was a big gap. How could everyone have enough confidence in Gong Sunling? Although Gong Sunling was still struggling to compete with the other party, refining each other and defending each other was still in a stalemate stage. It was still not clear who occupied the obvious advantage, but in the hearts of many people at the top of the Joint Command, the balance of victory and defeat has actually been biased towards the Zhao family. In any case, a Golden Immortal Master was still a Golden Immortal Master who had passed the Xian Immortal Tribulation. It was still better than the map being controlled by a little girl. In any case, a Golden Immortal Master was a Golden Immortal Master. They were all real Golden Immortal Masters who had passed the Xian Immortal Tribulation. It was better than the map being controlled by a little girl. Of course, thoughts were just thoughts, but no one dared to show it. The scene of Yang Chen's anger last time was still vivid in their minds. If they didn't want to be taught a lesson by Yang Chen again, the best choice was to shut up and not even think about it. In fact, all the cultivators understood that this was just a thought. Even if the Golden Immortal Masters succeeded a few decades ago, they still had to compete with each other. By the time the winner was decided, how much time would they have to refine the complete map? Everyone was a well-informed cultivator. How could the magic weapon that was hastily refined be more powerful than Gong Sunling's life source magic weapon that had been refined and nourished for thousands of years from the mortal world to the present? If Gong Sunling couldn't stop it, A few golden immortal masters wouldn't be able to do better than Gong Sunling. Yang Chen didn't say anything and waited for everyone to come up with ideas. To Yang Chen's satisfaction, no one jumped out to complain about Gong Sunling's control of the map, which meant that everyone had learned their lesson. Of course, it also meant that this group of people was not bad and not hopeless. For the Zhao family's technique, Yang Chen was also unexpected. He did not expect that there was such a trick. However, if he thought about it carefully, it wasn't surprising. The map was left to Yang Chen by the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. Yang Chen wasn't very clear about the specific refining principle. Even though Yang Chen's third primordial spirit was the chief artifact spirit of the map, Yang Chen still didn't know what the formation of the world inside was. The spatial magic treasure of the Zhao family was different. It was refined by a dragon expert of the Zhao family. From this point of view, the master of the dragon clan was born to know more about refining the space than Gong Sunling. It was reasonable that he could design a kind of array that connected two spaces and couldn't be separated. This move was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. They were caught off guard, but it wasn't enough to make Yang Chen and Gong Sunling flustered. In the end, the Zhao family's spatial magic treasure could barely refine the demon realm. But without the real three realms, no heavenly tribulation, and no heavenly Tao, it could only be a spatial magic treasure. Although the two sides seemed to be evenly matched, as long as the stalemate continued for a long time, Gong Sunling would definitely gain the upper hand. The reason why he didn't say a word before was to see who would jump out again. Yang Chen, can your wife resist the refinement of the dragon expert of the Zhao family? This matter was of great importance. The island master couldn't care less and directly asked for the result. 50-50. Yang Chen didn't say anything definite. If he acted too certain, the senior executives of the Joint Command might not believe it. If he succeeded afterwards, maybe some of them would suspect that there was something fishy about it. Yang Chen wouldn't take the initiative to get into trouble. Let your wife try her best to resist. We'll think of a way here. When the island master heard Yang Chen's 50-50, he seemed to have a little more backbone in his heart and immediately ordered. The connection of the two spatial magic treasures brought about a new change. That was, both sides could no longer move the cultivators in their own space and scrupulously. They could only try their best to refine and resist each other. For the cultivators, it was equivalent to the demon realm becoming almost normal, and fighting was no different from fighting in the spiritual realm. Chapter 2408. It wasn't that Gong Sunling and the Dragon Clan Master didn't want to use the power of the space magic treasure. The problem was that no matter who it was, as long as they wanted to use this method to move the cultivators in the space magic treasure, they would definitely be distracted, and the other party would take the opportunity to refine a large area of their own space. Both sides had tried this several times, and both sides had their gains and losses. In the end, they had to reach a balance. There was no way to be unbalanced, because the positions of several cultivators inside were moved, but they had to pay a huge price for it. In comparison, it was not worth it at all. Even if this could give their own cultivators the upper hand in the battle, it could not offset the loss of space refining. If they were really distracted by the life and death of a few cultivators, they might win in the end, but they would completely fail in the battle for space. That was really picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. Whether it was Gong Sunling or the Dragon Clan Master of the Zhao family, they were not willing to make this kind of attempt. Since no one could appear and disappear mysteriously, then they would have to see the real skill. After discovering this situation, the senior members of the Joint Command were happy again. If everyone could only see the real skill with real swords and spears, the cultivators of the spiritual world might not be afraid of the Zhao family. Not to mention anything else, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. The Zhao family had suffered losses in recent years, and there were really not many masters that they could send out. Fighting against the entire spiritual world was indeed a bit powerless. It seemed that the Zhao family had pinned all their hopes on the Dragon Clan Master. If the Dragon Clan Master won, they would get the entire monster realm. With the power of the world, no cultivator in the spiritual world could compete with them. Even if the immortal world sent a few more almighty immortals, they might not be able to fight against the other party. What's more, if the Zhao family won, they would not only get the monster realm, but also the entire demon realm. It was not the power of one world, but two worlds. At that time, the Zhao family's arrangements in the mortal world and the spiritual world would be completely completed. Even if they sacrificed the vast majority of their disciples for this, they would still achieve their strategic goal. As long as they wanted to, they could refine the entire spiritual world from scratch. No cultivator in the spiritual world could escape. The Zhao family could think like this, and they could do so, but the Joint Command did not dare to take such a risk. The only thing they could do now was to take advantage of the fact that both sides had no time to use their spatial abilities to completely destroy the Zhao family's effective forces, and then find a way to solve the problem of spatial refining. As long as they won the battle between the cultivators and Gong Sunling could still maintain a stalemate with the other side, it would be a victory for the spiritual realm. At that time, there would always be a way to deal with a lone dragon expert. What's more, Yongqin had a few Dragon Clan expert friends around him. If they made a move, they might be able to cooperate with Gong Sunling to take down that Dragon Clan expert. With such a plan, the spiritual realm's chances of winning were very high. This was a rare and highly effective operation. He immediately commanded the spiritual realm army to charge forward. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about what would happen if the enemy took the opportunity to cut off the connection and focus on dealing with them. This kind of situation was basically impossible to happen. The two spatial Dharma treasures were not something that the Zhao family's dragon race experts could break at will. In order to connect, they had to pay the lives of tens of thousands of disciples and several years. If they wanted to disconnect, they would probably have to ask Gong Sunling whether she was willing or not. It wasn't easy to have such an opportunity to really compete with the other party in terms of spatial Dharma treasures. How could Gong Sunling allow the other party to escape? No matter what, she had to stall them. After all, Gong Sunling still wanted to completely refine the demon realm, didn't she? What made the senior executives of the Joint Command most at ease was that Yang Chen's family, except for Gong Sunling, had all charged into the other party's territory. With such an obvious guarantee, who would have any scruples? No matter how much Gong Sunling disliked the cultivators of the Joint Command, it was impossible for her to kill Yang Chen. This was also a means that Yang Chen had deliberately adopted in order to dispel everyone's concerns. The Zhao family experts, who were surrounded in the star positions of the spiritual realm, were attacked frantically by the spiritual realm experts in a short period of time. In less than a month, there were less than 1,000 Zhao family experts left, and all of them were profound immortals and golden immortals. All the heaven immortal disciples were slaughtered, and there wasn't even a chance to rescue them. For this, the major sect in the spiritual realm also paid a great price. Fortunately, the major sect had an absolute advantage in numbers, and they had a steady stream of logistical support. Compared to the Zhao family, their casualties were much less. Less than 1,000 people died, and most of them only had minor injuries. Many of their injuries could be solved by Yang Chen's 6th revolution, Lingji mushroom jade pill. The heaviest injury was just an 8th revolution, Lingji mushroom jade pill, and in less than 10 days he was full of vigor again. The experts of the Zhao family in the spiritual realm were completely in despair. The experts of the spiritual realm didn't care about fair duels at all. They directly bullied the other party with numbers and fought in turns. Moreover, they came in formations, and a few experts with similar cultivation bases would form a formation to bully one person. The experts of the Zhao family were getting fewer and fewer, and in the end, only a few golden immortals from the lower realm were left. It wasn't that these golden immortals didn't think of escaping, but the spiritual realm had also sent out golden immortals to intercept them, and each of them had more than enough. On the other hand, the spiritual realm was advancing step by step. After occupying an area, they would immediately set up a powerful defensive formation. Even if they wanted to escape, they had nowhere to run. In the end, They could only be pitifully surrounded in a small area, waiting for the golden immortal experts of the major sect to kill them one by one. The changes in the demon realm made the major sect no longer have any hope of getting lucky, and these golden immortal experts had completely lost the reason to survive. It was 3 months later when the last gold immortal left in the spirit realm was besieged and killed by 3 gold immortal experts. At this point, the disciples of the Zhao family in the spiritual realm were completely eliminated. The Alliance commander no longer had to worry about any hidden dangers in the spiritual realm, and only needed to solve the problem in the demon realm. Yang Chen and his family took the lead and rushed into the territory of the Zhao family and began the final massacre. It could only be considered bad luck for the experts of the Zhao family to encounter them. As long as they encountered Yang Chen's family, there was basically no escape. All of them were killed by Yang Chen's family. A few months later, when Yang Chen's family was about to approach the Zhao family's nest, the virtual sea of consciousness belonging to Yanglan and Yang Chen's sea of consciousness vibrated slightly and sent Yanglan's order. This time, Yanglan clearly issued his own order, asking Yang Chen to order Gong Sunling to increase the intensity of refining the demon realm. At the same time, Yanglan also ordered the Dragon Clan expert to slowly give up refining the demon realm and hand over the entire demon realm to Gong Sunling. This was the first time Yang Chen knew that Yanglan also controlled the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family. Chapter 2409. In the past, Yang Chen always thought that the supermaster controlled by Yanglan should be the speaker of the Zhao family. In other words, Yanglan thought that the master controlled by him was actually the same as Yang Chen, putting on a look of being controlled. Unexpectedly, the one being controlled turned out to be the master of the Dragon Clan. Yang Chen suddenly felt happy in his heart. There was a good show to watch. Yanglan's order was to merge the 2 spaces, and it was still merged into the mountain river geographical map. This was a good thing for Yang Chen. Of course, Yang Chen would accept it and would never refuse. It depended on how the master of the Dragon Clan dealt with it. Speaking of which, Yanglan was also at the end of his rope. The Zhao family made a mistake and lost the whole game. They spent a lot of effort to go to another battlefield and refine the spiritual world. As a result, they didn't know where the accident happened and they lost in a mess. Hundreds of thousands of children of the Zhao family were lost. With this, the Zhao family's vitality was basically damaged. This was not a headache, fever, diarrhea, or something similar to the effect of the elimination pill, but a muscle and bone injury. Such a big loss was directly equivalent to cutting off an arm and a leg of the Zhao family, leaving only half of the body. For this reason, the master of the Zhao family, the master that Yanglan has not found the opportunity to control so far, had to take the blame and retire, letting another great elder preside over the Zhao family. Coincidentally, this great elder was in the hands of Yanglan. As a result, the entire Zhao family from top to bottom fell into the hands of Yanglan. The previous arrangement of the master of the Dragon Clan was also specially arranged by Yanglan in advance, knowing the power of the master of the Dragon Clan. The effect was good. The space magic weapon was directly connected to the mountain river geographical map, and finally the 2 sides were brought to the same level again. For the newly appointed Great Elder, this could barely be considered as stabilizing his position. With the accumulation of the Zhao family in the monster realm for hundreds of thousands of years, there was no problem in competing with the major sect in the spiritual world. After all, the monster realm was the home of the Zhao family. After removing the factor of being refined, the Zhao family still occupied the right time and place. However, Yanglan was not optimistic about this. For Yanglan, the Zhao family and the spiritual world were just his chess pieces. If he wanted to do something, he would do it if he could. If he couldn't, he would think of ways to guide him. If there was no other way, Yanglan would give up and then choose a direction that was beneficial to him. Judging from the current situation, the major sect in the spiritual realm had the upper hand. To Yanglan's surprise, Yang Chen's status in the spiritual world was increasing day by day, and Chunyang Palace was also thriving, but Yang Chun was controlled by his own great, free demon heart sutra. It could be said that Yang Chen's status and the huge family business of Chunyang Palace were completely prepared for Yang Lan. Yang Lan was ambitious and ambitious. He would not be willing to ascend as an individual immortal. When he reached the immortal world, he would be discriminated against by others. Since there was a new behemoth like Chunyang Palace as a stepping stone, how could Yang Lan not use it? However, the proud Yang Lan found that he had made a mistake. He ordered the Dragon Clan master of the Zhao family to hand over the refined demon realm to Gong Sunling, which was the biggest failure. When Yang Lan issued that order, he realized that there was a problem. The refined demon realm could be said to be the foundation of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family would never give it up. Even if he controlled the entire Zhao family, it was impossible for them to make such a choice spontaneously. This was one of the reasons. The second reason was that for the Dragon Clan master, the space magic weapon was his life source magic weapon. Unless he was killed, otherwise, how could he be willing to hand over the refined space to others? That was to take his life. To let him have this idea from the bottom of his heart, wasn't that a joke? Yang Lan, who was eager to get rid of the unfavorable situation, finally made a hasty decision under all kinds of pressure. This hasty decision led to a series of failures for him. The first to react was the Dragon Clan master. For Yang Lan's order, that person had no response at least in Yang Chen's monitoring. He simply ignored it. Of course, this was also reasonable. In theory, the Dragon Clan master should be controlled by the Zhao family. If the Zhao family did not speak, it was normal for the Dragon Clan master not to respond. After all, Yang Lan did not force a direct order, but only guided. With such a response, Yang Lan was not discovered. But a few of the Zhao family senior executives suddenly had a ridiculous idea in their minds. At the moment of the war, they who were vigilant suddenly noticed that something was wrong. As a senior executive in charge of the Zhao family, how could they have such a thought? As long as it was a simple association, the Zhao family senior executives immediately thought of Yang Lan. The newly appointed Great Elder just gave an order to control Yang Lan to the followers around him, and saw the stunned eyes of his companions around him. What, you too? The Great Elder's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked. Several other elders whose cultivation bases had reached the Xian immortal realm knew what was going on. When they were about to answer, a sudden change occurred. Several juniors with insufficient cultivation bases, but they were also the children of the Zhao family senior executives. Suddenly, they violently attacked the several great elders. Not only that, but many of the Zhao clan's disciples in the surroundings suddenly charged at the people around them in a frenzy, attacking without differentiating between friend and foe. The entire Zhao clan instantly fell into chaos. Not good. The Great Elder screamed in his heart. Yang Lan has been honest all these years. He didn't expect that he had the ambition of a wolf and had secretly controlled so many people. He wanted to solve it slowly, but the situation in front of him had made the Great Elder unable to maintain restraint. If he didn't make a move, he was afraid that he himself would be affected. There was a mandatory order in his mind that made him attack the people around him. If it weren't for the Great Elder's high cultivation base, he would have already made a move. Yang Lan, thief! The Great Elder's voice almost penetrated the entire Zhao family manor, and the angry order was passed to all the Zhao family's children. All the Zhao family's children, if you see Yang Lan, kill him! He used the great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra to control my Zhao family's people. Most of the children in the Zhao family manor didn't know what happened. How come the masters of the spiritual world haven't come to the door yet? And suddenly there was chaos and a war broke out. Now that they heard the voice of the Great Elder, they suddenly understood. Those masters of the Zhao family who were not controlled immediately began to search for Yang Lan. Yang Lan didn't expect that a wrong decision in a hurry would ruin his foundation in the Zhao family. However, this guy was also a ruthless person. Since he had been discovered by the Zhao family, He would simply destroy the Zhao family. Chapter 2410. The masters of the Zhao family were like headless flies. They were either caught in the fratricide, or they were frantically searching for Yang Lan's whereabouts. Yang Lan himself was leisurely hiding in a safe place in the demon realm, understanding the changes in the situation from the eyes of the puppets he controlled. This safe place was provided by the master of the dragon clan of the Zhao family. Since Yang Lan controlled the master of the dragon clan, and the master of the dragon clan had refined most of the demon realm, including the Zhao family manor, it was too easy for him to provide a safe place. He could do it with just a thought. Although moving a person's position on such a critical battlefield would inevitably be distracted, leading to discourtesy in the battle with the mountain river geographical map for refining the spiritual world, it was only a short moment. The life and death of a person was not the key to success or failure. In this regard, the master of the dragon clan of the Zhao family did not care. The master of the dragon clan was also very interesting. Obviously, like Yang Chen, he was not controlled by Yang Lan, but like Yang Chen, he satisfied all those irrelevant requirements. Perhaps he was enjoying the only little fun of teasing a cultivator in the boring process of cultivation. The Zhao family was really chaotic. Who could have thought that there would be so many masters in the Zhao family who were secretly controlled by Yang Lan? It must be known that in the spiritual world, in order to solve the puppets controlled by Yang Lan, the major sect spent a lot of manpower and material resources to achieve the effect. It was also the Zhao family's own death. If they just cured Yang Lan and understood the situation, they would kill him or banish him, and there would not be so many things happening. They clearly knew that Yang Lan was a poisonous snake. His greatest ability was to control the puppets. They also placed him in their own family, but did not guard against him. This was the road to death. What was even more outrageous was that Yang Lan's cultivation was forcibly improved by them. Otherwise, even if Yang Lan had a great ability, he could not control the Zhao family's top executives, even the weakest person. Of course, it was not necessarily that the Zhao family did not guard against Yang Lan, but they still underestimated Yang Lan and the great Free Demon Heart Sutra. The Zhao family thought that they already knew the weakness of the great Free Demon Heart Sutra, but they didn't know that Yang Lan, who they had never looked up to, also had enough understanding to improve it into a more hidden and destructive secret method in terms of his ambition. Yang Chen basically didn't fight anymore, including his family who didn't fight much. This was not slacking off, but a situation that all cultivators in the spirit realm faced. The Zhao clan cultivators were nowhere to be found. Apart from Yang Chen, nobody in the spirit realm knew what had happened. Previously, the cultivators of the Zhao clan were almost all over the demon realm, and the cultivators of the spiritual realm would always find some experts of the Zhao clan to ambush or sneak attack them. Until now, the spiritual realms team had only ventured into less than a tenth of the other party's territory. Originally, they had been cautiously advancing forward. However, all of a sudden, none of the cultivators from the Zhao family could be found. No one dared to believe that this was a coincidence. Everyone firmly believed that this was a conspiracy of the Zhao family. Judging from the history of the past confrontations with the Zhao family, this was 100% a conspiracy of the Zhao family. When the higher-ups of the United Command received the news, they were also a little confused. What was the meaning of avoiding battle? Could it be that they were planning to take advantage of the fact that they had lured the Spirit Realm experts and the Dragon Clan experts into the spatial range of the Zhao family to kill them all in one fell swoop? Subconsciously, the higher-ups immediately issued an emergency retreat order. Those who could participate in the last stop with the Zhao family in the Demon Realm were all the elites of the major sect. The rarest thing about having a high cultivation base was that they followed orders, especially the orders of their own sect's boss. As soon as the order came from the rear, the soldiers in the front turned around and left. Immediately, they flew away from the Zhao family space at high speed and quickly left the space range of the Zhao family. In a blink of an eye, the soldiers in the spiritual realm, except for Yang Chen's family, were all gone. The cultivators of the spiritual realm, who had followed Yang Chen's footsteps not long ago. All chose to obey the orders of the higher-ups of the United Command. Yang Chen was not worried about entering the other party's space range and being controlled by the other party. After refining the Immortal executioner stage and throwing the corpse, Yang Chen never had such worries again. What kind of space magic weapon could block Xiao Tian's knife? Even if it couldn't break the other party's space magic weapon, it was a simple thing to open a hole in it and let Yang Chen leave. With this trump card, Yang Chen could watch a big play at a close distance that others had no chance to see. If the top executives of the United Command knew why the masters of the Zhao family had disappeared and what was happening in the Zhao family manor, they would probably regret it. They had racked their brains for so many years. Wasn't it just to enjoy the moment when the Zhao family collapsed? However, the ready-made stage was set up, and the actors were also working hard, but the main audience did not dare to watch it. It was not necessarily a small regret in this unparalleled battle. The women also didn't know what happened, but this did not prevent them from understanding the development of things through their husband. Sitting in the comfortable dragon palace, sitting with Madame Bai and the others and tasting fragrant tea, listening to Yang Chen talk about what happened to the Zhao family through Yang Lan, it was extremely comfortable. The situation of this family was like a group of female listeners listening to a wonderful storyteller. In Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen's wisp of spiritual awareness took the initiative to connect with the secret spiritual awareness imprint left by the master of the Dragon Clan, and directly sent the idea of drinking and watching the play. This was an unprecedented contact, and Yang Chen was not sure what the other party's attitude would be. However, one thing he could be sure of was that, at least in terms of the attitude towards Yang Lan, the two sides had something in common. They both made Yang Lan think that he had controlled the target, but in fact the target was controlling Yang Lan in turn. Poor Yang Lan never realized this. Ignorant people were happy most of the time, especially before the truth was revealed. Now Yang Lan was in such a state. He was almost immersed in the excitement of destroying the entire Zhao family by himself. He didn't even notice the contact of the two terrifying masters' spiritual awareness imprints in his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, as soon as the spiritual awareness imprint of the master of the Dragon Clan received Yang Chen's thoughts, it trembled and paused, and then quickly calmed down. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen received the other party's thoughts in his mind. Before the war, watch the play first. At this point, Yang Chen has guessed most of the attitude of this unknown master of the Dragon Clan. This was the case for Yang Lan, and the same was true for the Zhao family that he should have shown loyalty to. In other words, the master of the Dragon Clan had never been loyal to the Zhao family. All the previous performances of obedience and cooperation were estimated to be the same as the treatment of Yang Lan, deception and use. The Zhao family had never been a real enemy. This master of the Dragon Clan was. Chapter 24:11. The experts of the Dragon Clan were absolute experts, and they were also a great enemy with deep schemes. What Yang Chen couldn't understand was why an expert like him, whose cultivation was so high that he could kill almost all the disciples of the Zhao clan, would cooperate with the Zhao clan and even listen to them to a certain extent. It didn't matter if Yang Chen didn't understand. Now it was the time for the answer to be revealed. When the curtain was lifted, if there was such a play that the audience did not understand, it would certainly be a big regret for the performers. Similarly, for the director and planner of the whole play, it would be a big regret. He believed that there would definitely be someone who would clear up this confusion for him. Sure enough, Yang Chen just slightly implanted a small idea in Yang Lan's mind. If the Zhao family wanted to deal with this Dragon Clan master, then Yang Lan immediately revealed the answer to Yang Chen. The Zhao family was not a fool. Of course, they would not unconditionally trust the experts of the Dragon Clan. The reason why he could cooperate with him so well and even put the Zhao family manor, the foundation of the Zhao family, into the spatial magic treasure of the dragon expert for him to refine, was naturally because he had the capital to counter the dragon expert. Back then, When the Zhao family met with the experts of the Dragon Clan, a fierce battle had broken out between the Zhao family and the Dragon Clan experts. At that time, the Dragon Clan's experts' cultivation was average. He was suppressed by several top-notch experts from the Zhao family and was forced to plant a restriction in his sea of consciousness. This restriction could inflict unbearable pain on a Dragon Clan expert at any time. If the technique was more severe, it could directly cause him to faint or even die. It was precisely because their lives were in the hands of the Zhao family that the experts of the Dragon Clan obeyed the Zhao family. Of course, this was only limited to the orders of the Zhao family's patriarch. The dragon experts could ignore the orders of the other members of the Zhao family. Apart from the clan leader's direct control, the experts of the dragon race were also forced to swear a great heart demon oath that they would never attack any of the Zhao family's disciples. Even if there was a dispute within the Zhao family, the experts of the dragon race could stand by and watch, but they definitely could not participate. The great vow of heart demons was purely to protect the Zhao family's disciples. The ancestors of the Zhao family also had foresight. No matter how united a family was, it was inevitable that there would be a struggle for succession. But it was undeniable that sometimes this method could also test whether the next successor was the strongest. In any case, to the ancestors of the Zhao family, it didn't matter which family's descendant snatched the position of patriarch, as long as the strongest one was guaranteed to lead the entire family. In the end, the Zhao family was still surnamed Zhao. However, the master of the Dragon Clan was obviously in existence that was equivalent to cheating for any successor. Whichever branch he helped, that branch would definitely win. This was not conducive to the smooth transfer of the family business from generation to generation of the Zhao family. That was why there was a great heart demon oath that restricted the Dragon Clan's experts from attacking the Zhao family's disciples. There was also a restriction that forbade the Dragon Clan's experts from participating in any internal affairs of the Zhao family. Regarding the method of controlling the Dragon Clan, this was the Zhao clan's top secret. It had always been passed down by word of mouth between the two generations of patriarchs. It had never been recorded in any information. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been an accident. However, there were records of the clan leader being able to control the life and death of the Dragon Clan's experts. It was also recorded in the Zhao clan's core secret vault. After Yanglan controlled the elder who was in charge of the secret treasury, he knew a lot of inside information through his eyes. If he wanted to completely control the master of the Dragon Clan, it was naturally the safest to get the restriction that controlled life and death in his hands. But Yanglan knew that that was impossible. Therefore, the best way was to kill the Zhao family's patriarch who held this secret. His own great Free Demon Heart Sutra would become the only restriction that could control the master of the Dragon Clan. The current situation was not the internal war of the Zhao family. Although it was not a fight for the throne, no matter what the purpose was, it was always a part of the cultivators of the Zhao family who were slaughtering the cultivators of the other side. Both sides were the children of the Zhao family. The master of the Dragon Clan had enough reasons and restrictions not to help either side. Basically, after seeing this, Yang Chen had fully understood the secrets of it. He admired the master of the Dragon Clan, who did not make a move but had everything under control. To put it bluntly, this guy could be comparable to Yang Chen himself. Without batting an eyelid, he had quietly controlled the development of everything, and everyone had become his pawns, working for him. Yanglan thought that this was the embodiment of his strength, but he didn't know that the master of the Dragon Clan was using his hand to stir up the Zhao family and kill the Zhao family's patriarch who controlled him. On the Zhao family side, it was natural to use the power of the Zhao family to refine the space magic weapon, and then refine most of the demon realm. The most important thing was that this guy did so many things, but there was no loss of reputation. Even if someone talked about it in the future, they would only say that the poor master of the Dragon Clan was controlled by the Zhao family at first, and later by Yanglan. It was really sad that he couldn't control himself for most of his life. The cultivators whose side would never think that the master of the dragon clan got countless substantial benefits, but the bad reputation was all carried by the Zhao family and Yanglan. Then the Zhao family was turned upside down by Yanglan and suffered heavy casualties. Then Yanglan died in the pursuit of the master of the spiritual world. The master of the dragon clan could stand up as a victim and enjoy the fruits of his labor. No matter what choice the master of the dragon clan would make at that time, the benefits would be great. As long as he expressed a little intention to submit, the major sect of the spiritual world would definitely pounce on him like hungry dogs seeing delicious meat bones. A mountain river geographical map made the golden immortal ancestors of the 6 super sect greedy. One could imagine how greedy the master of the dragon clan, who brought more than half of the peak golden immortal of the demon realm, would be when the master of the dragon clan submitted to him. He reckoned that if the master of the dragon clan revealed his intention, the major sect would fight to the death. Putting aside their current identity as enemies, Yang Qin could not help but admire this guy. Compared to him, who had endured for tens of thousands of years, Long Kuang and Long Yuan were simply 2 ignorant children. Among the dragon clan, only Ao Lai, who had experienced tens of thousands of years without a body in the Langya well, could endure such humiliation. Even Ao Lan could not. Yang Qin had always admired experts who could endure. Like a certain famous saying, in the eyes of Yang Qin, true maturity was not to die for one's ideals, but to live in humiliation for one's ideals. Those hot-blooded cultivators who were willing to die for their ideals had probably died a long time ago. Only the truly mature cultivators who endured humiliation could live to laugh to the last day. The master of the dragon clan of the Zhao family was obviously the latter. Unfortunately, there was another person who knew about his flawless plan, and that was Yang Qin. Admirable. After thinking it through, Yang Qin directly sent a thought to the other party's spiritual imprint. Chapter 2412. Yang Qin would never try to belittle each other because the 2 sides were hostile. On the contrary, Yang Qin still admired those masters who had real means. Not to mention anything else. Just Yang Lan. This guy was Yang Qin's sworn enemy. He would not give up until Yang Qin became his sworn enemy. Although his character was not good and his cultivation base was not good, in terms of conspiracies and tricks, in terms of the improvement of the Great Devil Heart Sutra, Yang Qin had to extend 2 thumbs up to express his admiration. Similarly, although this dragon clan master was also an enemy, he endured for tens of thousands of years when his life and death were controlled by the Zhao family. In turn, he quietly used Yang Lan's hands to solve all his future troubles. He was definitely a ruthless person who made Yang Qin admire him. Yang Qin had a similar experience in his previous life, but he did not hold on to the day when he could see the best ending. Therefore, he sincerely admired this expert from the dragon clan. The identity of the enemy was the identity of the enemy, and admiration was admiration. They were 2 different things. Likewise, the other party quickly returned a thought to Yang Qin, but he also admired Yang Qin. Yang Qin could know what happened to the Zhao family through Yang Lan's Sea of Consciousness. Similarly, the Dragon Clan Master could also know what happened in the spiritual world through Yang Lan's Sea of Consciousness. After all, Yang Lan's puppets had not been exposed in the spiritual world. If they were only used to inquire about the news, it was likely that no one would find them in a lifetime. What happened in the spiritual world these years seemed to be driven by an invisible big hand. Or more accurately, the major events that happened in the spiritual world and the Zhao family were all driven by an invisible big hand. Later, the Dragon Clan Master and Gong Sunling snatched the demon realm for refining, including the fierce battle situation created by the collision of the 2 spaces. The Dragon Clan Master, as a player in the game, knew better than anyone what was going on. It could be said that both sides were tacitly exercising. This side was for the Zhao family to see, and the other side was for the Joint Command to see. Now both sides have known each other's identity through Yang Lan's wrong instruction. On one side was the hidden dragon expert of the Zhao family, and on the other side was the rising star alchemy Grandmaster Yangqin of the spiritual world. If one were to extrapolate from these things, Yangqin's role in the process of resisting the Zhao family could be described as a mastermind behind the scenes. He was almost exactly the same as the dragon experts. It was just that one was pushing the Zhao family while the other was pushing the spiritual realm. That was why the experts of the dragon clan sent each other's thoughts. In his heart, he also admired Yangqin very much. After all, in terms of age, Yangqin was only 3,000 years old. He was much younger than an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. To be able to compete with him in terms of scheming, he had no choice but to be impressed. The two masters once again completed an exchange in Yanglan's Sea of Consciousness. It was ridiculous that Yanglan, who was a puppet, did not know all this. He was still immersed in the role of a commander and did not know it. He was enjoying the sense of achievement brought by the chaos of the Zhao family. The former patriarch of the Zhao family had not yet had time to teach the new patriarch the methods of controlling the Dragon Clan experts. At this moment, he was facing the siege of hundreds of Zhao family experts. The entire Zhao family had completely turned into a battlefield, and there were scenes of fighting everywhere. Countless children loyal to the Zhao family and the puppets controlled by Yangqin were madly attacking each other. Yanglan controlled all the key characters, and he had disdain to deal with the small characters. Everyone controlled by Yanglan was at least a master who could mobilize a team of people. The scene was extremely chaotic. Some people shouted that Yanglan was a traitor. Some accused the other party of being a puppet controlled by Yanglan, and some people carried the flag of eliminating the traitors. The whole Zhao family was in a mess, and they were having a great time. At this point, no one knew who to believe. Everyone had absolute reasons to doubt each other, but no one could come up with real evidence to accuse each other. After all, there were not many masters who could discover Yanglan's control methods like the Great Elder. Most of the puppets did not know that they were puppets. Yanglan was very smart. He would never let the Zhao family be divided into two distinct factions. In that case, it would be too easy to be seen through. So under his control, even if it was two puppet forces, there would sometimes be a fight between them, making it impossible to distinguish who was right and who was wrong. It was good to fish in muddy water. Wasn't it giving the other party a chance directly? Yanglan looked at the Zhao family with satisfaction, and then slowly carried out his core actions. The former patriarch had already met with the current Great Elder. Both of them were masters of the late Xian Immortal stage. One was not controlled at all, and the other had seen through Yanglan's control. The two sides joined forces to repel a large group of puppets controlled by Yanglan. Protect the patriarch. The battle had only begun for a while, and dozens of the former patriarch's personal guards quickly gathered, shouting the slogan of protecting the patriarch, and killing a group of Zhao family children who besieged the former patriarch. Protect the Great Elder. The Great Elder's personal guards were also not to be outdone. They quickly joined up with the Great Elder's side and formed a circle around the two of them. All the personal guards looked at the incoming crowd with vigilance and slowly retreated while protecting their respective targets. The Zhao family, naturally, also had a protective array. Not far from the place where the former patriarch and the Great Elder were now, there was a mountain protection array about a few miles away. As long as they could arrive in time and open the array to control the array, the safety of the two people could be protected to a greater extent. Dozens of personal guards protected the two important figures of the Zhao family and quickly fled to the mountain protection array. During this period, at least hundreds of Zhao family children under the control of the puppets besieged the two people, and they were all repulsed by the personal guards. The former patriarch and the Great Elder looked at all this sadly. Many of the disciples who attacked them were clearly their juniors, but now they did not recognize the two of them as their seniors. They just rushed to kill them with red eyes as if they had killed their father. They were all close relatives of the Zhao family. How could the two of them not be angry. However, in the current situation, they could not be soft-hearted. They could only let the personal guards kill them, or else the personal guards would be slaughtered. Between the entire Zhao family and a large group of Zhao family children, they still chose the Zhao family. Seeing that they had rushed to the protective array, the patriarch and the great elder quickly occupied the array's eye, opened the array, and protected themselves and the personal guards. Seeing that the light of the array had enveloped everyone, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. With the support of this array, at least ordinary experts would not be able to break it in a short time. They could buy some time to carefully think about how to deal with this chaotic situation. Just as the two of them were discussing the critical moment, and their whole minds were immersed in saving the Zhao family, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their bodies. It was the feeling of dozens of flying swords piercing through their bodies. Chapter 24:13. This was equivalent to the two of them locking themselves in the vault. The personal guards were simply catching turtles in a jar at this time, and the possibility of failure was extremely small. Let the two absolute higher-ups of the Zhao family meet under heavy pressure first, so that regardless of whether they had handed over the method of controlling the Dragon Clan or not, as long as they were killed, there would be no more hidden dangers. If there were hundreds of Xian Immortal experts joining the battle at such a critical time, they could easily make the golden Immortal experts of the Zhao family die in fear. Fighting with such great psychological pressure, even the experts who had already ascended to the immortal realm and returned to the spiritual realm with extremely rich combat experience could not stop their little hearts from trembling. The remaining dozen golden immortal experts were restrained by the 6 golden immortals of the Ghost Yin sect and Elder Yao, while the rest were restrained by the golden immortal experts of the Joint Command. There was no way for them to turn back. Until this was done, the personal guards quickly gathered again and rushed to the other higher-ups of the Zhao family. At the peak of the Zhao family, there were only a total of 10 million cultivators. A long time ago, hundreds of thousands of cultivators died in encirclement and suppression of the major sect. Later, the Golden Immortals and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals lost about 1 million more. Previously, when the 7-star positions were besieged, they lost hundreds of thousands more. Now that there were hundreds of thousands more than half of the high-end forces of the Zhao family had been consumed. But in the battle with those small groups, these major forces attacked with all their might. In just a few days, the number of cultivators who died in internal strife of the Zhao family had reached hundreds of thousands. At this time, every Golden Immortal expert refused the initiative of their juniors to help. As a Golden Immortal expert, they had to have the dignity of a Golden Immortal expert. They had to fight fairly with these respectable opponents. They themselves were the highest-ranking personal guards of the Zhao family, and others would not easily doubt their identity, especially when they were sent by the Patriarch and Great Elder to protect the other higher-ups. It was easier for them to be accepted. Then came the large-scale internal strife of the Zhao family, and the various forces began to attack each other crazily. The forces controlled by Yanglan also attacked each other, but the scale of the killing was relatively small. Yanglan's move was really wonderful. Whether it was the former patriarch of the Zhao family or the Great Elder, they did not discover that their personal guards had actually been secretly controlled by Yanglan. Of course, this was related to the fact that they discovered Yang Chen's plot too late and didn't have the time to screen them one by one. Yanglan knew that if he didn't kill the snake, he would be harmed by it. He himself was an extremely realistic example, so Yanglan would never tolerate himself making mistakes on this. Although the cultivators of the Joint Command were afraid of fighting in the space refined by the cultivators of the Dragon Clan, the battle between the Golden Immortals had always been on the boundary line. They had never left it, so they had never stopped fighting. Even though the 2 top members of the Zhao family had become 2 piles of meat, Yanglan ordered the guards to divide the 2 piles of meat into dozens of piles. Each of them took a pile and left. After leaving thousands of miles away, they used various methods to destroy them completely. For example, he could use his natal true flame to burn it, throw it to the crazy demonic beasts to devour, and so on. At this time, the remaining senior members of the Zhao family were basically under Yanglan's control. Under the control of Yanglan, they were very smart to unite together, divided into several factions, and then slowly gathered the remaining part of the Zhao family in the name of orthodoxy. The spiritual awareness imprint of Yang Qin and another audience touched again, and each sent an idea of applauding Yanglan's technique. In addition, this protective formation was relatively high-end. After the formation was activated, it was basically similar to the demon sealing formation. The cultivators outside couldn't get in, but it was not easy for the cultivators inside to get out. Any magic weapon for escape would be sealed, and there would be no way to escape. The reason why they didn't start attacking outside the formation was that they were afraid that the two masters had some unique means of escape. For example, what advanced space magic weapon or high-speed flying sword? If they couldn't hit, then it would be difficult for Yanglan to wait for the next opportunity. Easily, several Zhao family senior members who discovered Yanglan's plot and had the ability to resist were eliminated by these dozens of guards in this way. When others reacted, everything was too late. Of course, the cultivators on the Joint Command side did not have such pressure at all, but they were motivated. The burst of courage made them braver as they fought, and they had already occupied the absolute upper hand. Originally, the Joint Command side had the absolute upper hand. Now hundreds of thousands of cultivators had all returned to the vicinity of the dividing line. Even if they were just onlookers, it had also put great pressure on the golden, immortal cultivators of the Zhao family. Everything was acting, including the attackers, including the guards who risked their lives to protect them in the safety of the protective formation. The other part was taken in by some of the Zhao family's senior members who were not controlled by Yanglan. However, compared with the few he controlled, those who he disdained to control were obviously not prestigious enough. The Zhao family's disciples were only a few hundred or a few thousand, not worth mentioning. Dozens of guards moved at the same time, dozens of life flying sword, dozens of life source magic weapons, almost at the same time, hit the former patriarch and the great elder. The flying sword was faster, and several other life source magic weapons were slower. So the two most powerful cultivators of the Zhao family first became two sieves with dozens of holes in their bodies, and then immediately turned into a pile of meat. It was best to be in a strong protective formation. First, after the formation was activated, the two who felt safe would subconsciously relax their vigilance a little, especially when they were concentrating on how to solve the chaos. In such a short period of time, they would not think that there was a problem with the guards who had just fought for them not long ago. The performance of the performers was wonderful, and as an audience, they should have the consciousness of being an audience. When it was time to applaud, they should applaud, and when it was time to cheer, they should cheer. Although the performers could not see all this, as an audience in the VIP box, they still needed to communicate. One must know that this was not hundreds of thousands of mortals or natives, but hundreds of thousands of cultivators, at least at the celestial immortal level. There were tens of thousands of Xian immortal level cultivators. Even if they lined up for them to kill, they would not be able to kill them all. Not to mention that there was a golden immortal expert in front of each of them who had the same cultivation base as them. Yanglan was patient enough. He waited until the two people were discussing fervently, and the whole mind was focused on solving the trouble. Chapter 2414. Many years ago, when these golden immortal experts from the lower realm from the various sect were searching for the whereabouts of the Zhao family in the demon realm, they were often besieged and beaten up by the golden immortal experts of the Zhao family. They were in a foreign land and unfamiliar territory, yet they still had to maintain their secrecy. There were all kinds of inconveniences, and they were often besieged by the Zhao family. How could these golden immortals, who had long enjoyed the feeling of being high and mighty in the spiritual realm, endure it? A long time ago, it was the same group of people who led a group of minions from the Zhao family to humiliate these golden immortal grandmasters from the various sect. Some of them even died in the pursuit of these guys. Every dog has its day, and now it was their turn. Finally, It was heaven's turn to keep these sons of cheese in their territory. At this time, if these golden immortal grandmasters did not seize the opportunity to press these annoying opponents to the ground and ruthlessly ravage them before killing them, it would be a waste of all the hardships and tiredness they had suffered in the past. Under the cheering of hundreds of thousands of cultivators on their side, the high-spirited golden immortal grandmasters were like fully charged with electricity, giving the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spiritual realm a good lesson on the battle between golden immortals. A battle between golden immortals was definitely a great opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought in the spiritual realm. It was a good opportunity that many Xian immortal experts dreamed of. All the cultivators present widened their eyes and released their divine senses as far as they could, just to be able to see more details. The 30 golden immortals were divided into 15 pairs and distributed in a long area that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Every pair of experts in this area was watched by tens of thousands of cultivators. The battle between golden immortals was no trivial matter. In order to ensure the safety of those heaven immortals, the various sect had specially set up more than a dozen protective arrays so that these heaven immortals could watch the battle safely from within the arrays. Naturally, there were many talented disciples that the various sect focused on cultivating. Even if they had not reached the heaven immortal realm, they could enter the safe array to watch the battle, fearing that some disciples with insufficient comprehension ability wouldn't be able to understand the intricacies of the battle. There were even a few tens of mysterious immortal realm experts arranged in every formation to act as commentators, and they explained the brilliance of the battle to their heart's content. All the major sects had arranged a lot of extra disciples, and Chunyang Palace was no exception. This was in the Mountain River geographical map. Even if they didn't arrange a sect, they had to have the priority to have the location of Chunyang Palace. This was an established rule that no one would break. Even the leaders of the major sects, the leaders of the Joint Command, and some first-rate and second-rate sects and qualified cultivators were allowed to bring their juniors into the spell formation to observe. The opportunity was hard to come by. It didn't matter if it was just one sheep or a flock of sheep. In times of crisis, for the sake of unity, what was the big deal about showing a few more people? In any case, the ones who would die would not be their own experts. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation. Just setting up these formations and arranging all of this took an entire month for the Alliance Command. During this month, the golden immortal experts of the Zhao family knew what the other party was doing, but they could only watch helplessly, being pinned down by the golden immortals of the spiritual realm. They didn't even have a chance to escape, not to mention that they were almost spent after fighting for such a long time. Now that they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of high-level cultivators, they had no chance to escape. Surrender? This was impossible. The result was obvious. The Zhao family and the spiritual realm had a blood feud. Previously, the cultivators of the star position and the major sects of the spiritual realm still had some illusions, but they were soon disillusioned. Since none of the major sect could control any golden immortal expert, how could they dare to accept their surrender? It should be noted that these guys had already passed the celestial immortal tribulation and ascended. Even the great oath of the heart demon had no effect on them. What other way could they make them loyal to them? Accept their surrender and then let them ascend? That was even more of a joke. Did the major sect of the immortal realm lack a golden immortal cultivator? They couldn't escape, nor could they surrender. What other way did the golden immortals of the Zhao family have except to risk their lives? In short, they were doomed. If they could drag a golden immortal expert down with them before they died, it would be worth it. If not, they would die in vain. No, it couldn't be said to be in vain. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was a worthy death. At the very least, the tens of thousands of cultivators of the various sect would get an unforgettable experience. When they were at the level of Xian Immortal, Celestial Immortal, or even Earth Immortal or Human Immortal, they would be able to watch a complete battle between golden immortals. This would be immeasurably beneficial to their future cultivation and battles. The golden immortal experts of the Zhao family had never thought that there would be a day when they would become living teaching materials in the mortal realm. Knowing that they were going to die, it aroused the fighting spirit of the golden immortal experts of the Zhao family. Even if they died, they wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. Therefore, the intensity of the battle increased greatly. On the other hand, the golden immortal experts of the spiritual realm displayed all kinds of techniques to the juniors of the spiritual realm, from temporarily avoiding the brunt of the attack to attacking the enemy's weak point, from pressing down on the head of Mount Tai to rolling on the ground like a lazy donkey. In a battle, those who could survive were the victors. There was no such thing as shameful techniques. Adhering to the idea that victory was everything, the Golden Immortal Grandmasters put on an extremely exciting show with the Golden Immortals of the Zhao family who were risking their lives. What made the Golden Immortals of the Zhao family feel the most despair was not the overwhelming numbers of the other party, nor was it the invisible pressure brought by the other party, but the incomparably powerful healing pills. The 6th Revolution, 7th Revolution, and 8th Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pills provided by the pill refinement master of the spiritual realm, Yangqin. Each golden immortal had at least 10 of each type. There were even more than 106th Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pills. Even if the golden immortals of the Zhao family were to exchange wounds for wounds, they would still be able to inflict terrible injuries on their opponents. However, the powerful healing pills of the other party would heal their wounds in an instant. The price of exchanging wounds for wounds was that they would also be inflicted with serious injuries. How were they supposed to fight? They could not win, they could not escape, they could not surrender, and they could not even inflict much damage on the other party. When they failed in their desperate attempt, it was only natural that they would be exhausted. Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators of the spiritual realm, this unparalleled battle of golden immortals lasted for more than 2 months. Finally, the golden immortals of the Zhao family had used up all kinds of techniques and lost the battle completely without any follow-up help. 15 against 15, the result was 15-0. The golden immortals of the spiritual realm had a complete victory. When the last golden immortal of the Zhao family was beheaded, the audience of more than 1 million people cheered. This was because they could see the dawn of victory for the spiritual realm from the death of the golden immortals of the Zhao family. The faces of the spiritual realm, which had been suppressed by the Zhao family for thousands of years, were brimming with excitement. At the same time, Yangqin sent another message to the divine sense imprint of the Dragon Clan expert. Congratulations! Chapter 2415. Husband, how do you know it so clearly? Sun Qingxue listened with relish and asked with some doubts. In fact, not only Sun Qingxue, but all the women were puzzled, including Madame Bai and the others. It was just that everyone knew that Yangqin had a lot of secrets that would not be revealed. Only Sun Qingxue would ask this. Of course, only she dared to ask this because in the past this kind of thing was all done by Sun Qingxue. Now it was not only the women who listened. Even Brother Li Cheng, Lin Zhengyuan, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Long Kuang were all there. The Zhao family was the public enemy of the spiritual world. Even the masters of the Dragon Clan would pay attention to it, especially when it involved a traitor of the Dragon Clan. As for Brother Li Cheng, it was purely because he was too lazy to go out and check the details, so he just listened to Yangqin. Of course, Lin Jingyuan was simply listening to it as a storyteller. He listened to the dishes and the wine. Because, husband, I have been controlled by Yang Lan's great unfettered Devil Heart Sutra. Yangqin said with a shocking tone. Ah. The women exclaimed for a while and then they understood. Others might not understand their husband. But how could they not understand? If Yang Chen could be controlled by Yang Lan, then Yang Chen would have died many times. They would not worry about Yang Chen's danger. They would only laugh at how overconfident Yang Lan was. How could they not know what realm their husband's divine sense had reached when they dual cultivated the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra with Yangqin? A little guy at the Xian Immortal level wanted to control a peak almighty immortal. If this was not a joke, then Yang Chun was purely playing with Yang Lan. Li Cheng and Ao Lan were not surprised by this, and their expressions did not even change once. Eat, drink, and be merry. It was a leisurely and carefree life. The reason why Yang Qin sent a congratulatory message to the Dragon Clan Master was that Yang Lan had done so well in the past few months. Yang Qin had successfully killed off the few senior experts of the Zhao clan who were still able to gather thousands of troops. These were all things that he disdained to control, and he was also afraid that he would be discovered if he controlled too much. The larger branches of the Zhao family were cleared one by one, and the rest were all forces that Yang Lan could firmly control, because the few of them would also create some signs of war between each other, provoking the Zhao clan's disciples who didn't have any major forces to join, like moths flying into a flame, to gather under their command. Now there are no other Zhao family masters who can restrain Yang Lan. Yang Lan is not afraid of being seen through by anyone. He is almost blatantly controlling all the high-level members of each force through a cobweb-like structure. The masters of the Zhao family have almost been destroyed, and the strongest of the remaining ones are just about the same as Yang Lan. Yang Lan's great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra is unique. It is a trivial matter for him to control people at a higher level. It is not something that ordinary cultivators of the same level can resist at all. Several forces went through the area controlled by the Zhao family like a comb, and those little guys who still planned to hide and prepare to make a comeback were cleared out one by one. These Zhao family juniors are really naive. Don't they know where they are? This is the space magic weapon of the Dragon Clan Master, the refined demon realm. Where are they hiding? No matter how hidden they are, can they escape the eyes and ears of the Dragon Clan Master? The Dragon Clan Master did not make a move until the last moment, and did not participate in the internal affairs of the Zhao family. He only did one thing, that is, he told Yang Lan all the whereabouts of the Zhao family. Under the pressure of the Zhao family's ancestors, the Dragon Clan Master made a heart oath that he would never participate in the dispute of the Zhao family. He did it. He did not participate in the dispute of the Zhao family, and he did not help any party at all. As for providing information to Yang Lan, it was to Yang Lan. Is Yang Lan a member of the Zhao family? Obviously not. His surname was Yang, not Zhao. Helping Yang Lan did not violate the oath at all. Moreover, he just gave a list and an address and did not make a move. No matter how fierce the heart oath was, it could not find him. Moreover, when it comes to death, wasn't he controlled by Yang Lan? This was done by a controlled puppet, and it had nothing to do with the Dragon Clan Master. Before, Yang Chen and the Dragon Clan Master had a lot of exchanges on this issue. It had to be said that the statement given by the Dragon Clan Master made Yang Chen speechless sometimes, but he couldn't say what was wrong with him. He could only express his admiration in the official language. After this secret operation by Yang Lan, it could be said that the Zhao family was no longer the Zhao family of the past, but the vassal of the Yang family. Although the Yang family currently only had Patriarch Yang Lan, for Yang Lan it was really a simple thing to spread branches and leaves. Other families did not have the devilish bead, but could the Zhao family not have it? Even if the cleaning of the demonic qi was not thorough enough, after all, it could be cleaned to the point that the human immortal level could bear it. After all, it was a mortal thing. With Yang Lan's Xian immortal level, would he be afraid of the backlash of the devilish bead? Didn't the Xian Tian sect's Tiangang elders eat the Millennium Pill to eliminate hidden dangers to have children? Yang Lan could do it too. Yang Lan could even let the Zhao family's Xian Immortal and Sky Immortal level female cultivators have children for him. It wouldn't be long before a huge Yang family would appear. The Zhao family's secret vault had been completely taken over by Yang Lan. There were countless Zhao family secrets in it. Yang Lan looked at them one by one, just like how Yang Qin read books in the mortal world in the past, reading them with relish. However, it was a pity that no matter how Yang Lan searched, there was no method to control the Dragon Clan Master in the secret vault. There was even no record of what the restrictions were at that time. It seemed that this was indeed a top secret of the Zhao family. It was passed down by word of mouth, and no words would be left behind. The former patriarch who had mastered the secret and the great elder who might have mastered the secret were gone, which also meant that the entire Zhao family could no longer have character who could control the Dragon Clan Master. The Zhao family's Dragon Clan Master had completely become Yang Lan's pet. At least Yang Lan thought so, but he didn't know that in his sea of consciousness, the two super enemies had been chatting for several months. Yang Chen's congratulations were for this matter. Without the fetters of the Zhao family, how could Yang Lan, the nominal controller, control the Dragon Clan Master? In fact, the Dragon Clan Master was actually already free. Congratulations! The other party also sent a thought. It was not politeness, but also congratulations to Yang Qin for the destruction of the Zhao family, and there was one less enemy. The two future life and death enemies, at this moment, were chatting so speculatively in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, like old friends. They didn't care what would happen in the future, which was really incomprehensible. There was an even more terrible thing. Except for Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's family was still in the territory of the Dragon Clan Master, but they were not afraid at all, which made people even more speechless. Chapter 24:16. Not only was Yang Chen's family not afraid, but even Yang Chen's friends were not afraid. If the top executives of the spiritual world knew about it, they would not be able to describe their mood. By the way, although the Zhao family in the spiritual world can't control you if you ascend to the immortal world, I am afraid there are still more than one Zhao family patriarch who can control you, right? Yang Chen's tone was completely chatting, like two old friends. Regardless of whether the topic was appropriate or not, he directly sent it over. If you are really controlled by Yang Lan, will you always be controlled by him after tens of thousands of years? The Dragon Clan Master did not directly answer Yang Chen's question, but asked him a possibility instead. Of course not. Yang Chen directly denied. What a joke, not to mention whether he would really be controlled by Yang Lan. Even if he was really controlled by Yang Lan, he would definitely find a way to get rid of it. After tens of thousands of years, he would definitely find 100 ways to overcome it. If he didn't know if he knew that he would be controlled for tens of thousands of years, then he would definitely be a fool. He didn't dare to say anything else. But after tens of thousands of years, how much could his cultivation base increase? He could kill Yang Lan by relying on his cultivation base alone. However, if it were me, I would definitely stabilize the restriction and check it every once in a while. Yang Qin was also not willing to show weakness and directly fought back. The Dragon Clan Master did not say it directly, but his words had already expressed that he had a way to get rid of the Zhao family's restriction. However, Yang Chen still said the possibility of this kind of check to test if he really had a way to solve it. Check it. The Dragon Clan Master was really a bit confident, but he still asked. Yang Lan also checks it every once in a while. Why don't I see you being obedient? Yang Lan did check it every once in a while, and even the meaning of Yang Chen asking that sentence was also a reference to Yang Lan's practice. Speaking of it, Yang Lan, this guy, since being hit by the profound heaven sect once, was not a little bit mature. He was cautious in doing things, and even the puppets controlled by the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra had to be checked for fear of problems. If it weren't for Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, he might have been discovered by him. Seeing the details as failure, being careful and not making a big mistake, Yang Lan did a very good job at this point. If it weren't for the level difference between Yang Lan and Yang Chen and the Dragon Clan Masters, maybe Yang Lan would have succeeded this time. What a pity! Yang Chen could only let out such a sigh. Unfortunately, Yang Lan met himself and this Dragon Clan Master. Then he could only drink his hatred. He could only blame himself for being too ambitious. Of all the people he could control, he just had to provoke the two cultivators who were the most impossible to control. Yang Chen and the experts of the dragon race were still waiting for the final outcome of the Zhao family. The Joint Command had already begun to clean up the mess. The golden immortals of the Zhao family were completely finished. Although the Joint Commander didn't know the situation in the Zhao family's manner, Without the golden immortal expert, the Zhao family's sharpest claws and teeth had been cut off, turning them into a toothless tiger. Now, the biggest problem and the last obstacle was probably the Dragon Clan expert who controlled most of the spiritual realm. With him around, nothing could be determined. Even if there were 15 golden immortal experts on the Joint Commander's side, they didn't dare to say that they would definitely win. But the strange thing was that during this period of time, the Dragon Clan expert didn't do anything except compete with Gong Sunling for control of some space. He didn't even interfere in the golden immortal duel that was close at hand. One must know that this golden immortal duel was carried out on the dividing line. As long as he was willing, he could help with just a thought, but he didn't do it. Afraid of losing a little control of space? For such a huge demon realm, a little loss of space was really not a big deal. It could only be said that the Dragon Clan expert really had other intentions. A group of sect masters began to ponder the intentions of the Dragon Clan expert. They even began to gather the higher-ups of their own sect and began to analyze the meaning behind it. Being restrained by Gong Sunling? But Gong Sunling made it clear that she didn't control as much space in the demon realm as the other party, which even the experts of the Zhao family admitted. In other words, the Dragon Clan expert had the upper hand in terms of cultivation and control of space. But it was hard to understand why he didn't care about the golden immortals of the Zhao family. This was clearly something that an enemy would do. How could it happen to the Zhao family? It seemed that all this could only mean one thing. The Dragon Clan expert did it on purpose. Thinking of this, the cultivators who were pondering became excited. What was the relationship between the Zhao family and the Dragon Clan expert? It seemed to be very harmonious. The Zhao family even trusted the Dragon Clan to the extent that they placed the entire foundation of the Zhao family in the demon realm refined by the Dragon Clan expert. What kind of trust was that? If it was any other major sect, if they could do such a thing, they would either be disciples like Yang Chen and Gong Sunling who had been tested for a long time, or they were probably not afraid of the Dragon Clan expert playing tricks. How could they not be afraid of the other party obeying them on the surface, but secretly opposing them? It was too simple. They just had to control the other party's life and death in their hands. In this regard, the major sect was simply an expert. Did so many affiliated sect really serve the major sect because of their loyalty? Wasn't it because the major sect grasped their Achilles heel and controlled their life and death at any time? In other words, the life and death of the Dragon Clan expert must have been controlled by the Zhao family. Based on all the cultivators' understanding of the Dragon Clan, how could the proud Dragon Clan expert tolerate such a great humiliation? He had to give face to the cultivators of other races when he interacted with them. How would such a proud race feel when their life and death were controlled by others? This could explain why he watched the golden immortals of the Zhao family being killed one by one without doing anything. This was human nature. In addition, the other party did not move. On one hand, it was to express their dissatisfaction with the Zhao family. On the other hand, it was very likely to be a clear signal to the other parties. As for what exactly the signal was, it was up to the benevolent to see it. The higher-ups of the sect were excited. If the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family wanted to express what they thought it meant, it was probably not enough to describe it as a great benefit. One must know that the demon realm was a world that was comparable to the spiritual realm. As soon as this idea came out, it was not known how many sect masters began to be tempted. A huge piece of delicacy was so tempting that one's hand could even stretch out from one's throat, let alone such a huge benefit. It was definitely enough to make one bet their entire family's life. Idiot! The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island was the first to refute the excited proposal of her own elder. How are we going to control this Dragon Clan expert? How can we ensure that he is loyal to our sect? Isn't the fate of the Zhao family enough to wake you up a little? Chapter 24:17. On this kind of issue, the thoughts of the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island would naturally appear in a series. However, she found that no matter how good her ideas were, There was one problem that she could never bypass, and that was Yangchen. Don't look at how everyone analyzed that the master of the Zhao family was likely to abandon the dark for the light. But why would he abandon the dark for the light and join any sect in the spiritual world? The fundamental reason was that everyone wanted to eliminate the Zhao family and eliminate those who could control him, so that he would be free. But the problem was that whether it was to eliminate the Zhao family or to put pressure on the master of the Dragon Clan, without Yangchen, without Gong Sunling, without the Mountain River geographical map, I'm afraid that one thing couldn't be done. If they didn't care about this, even if they were lucky enough to get rid of the Zhao family and lift the control of the master of the Dragon Clan, then why would the master of the Dragon Clan join their own sect? Why? With his cultivation base, he was at the peak of the golden immortal stage. With a magic weapon, he had refined most of the monster realm. It was estimated that the magic weapons of the entire Green Jade Immortal Island were not as valuable and powerful as any corner of the monster realm. Don't look at the island master's wonderful thinking. She couldn't think of a reason to let a master of the golden immortal stage, who could kill them at any time, obediently join her own sect and listen to her command. Thinking of the things related to Yangchen in the past, the island master could easily make a rational and calm judgment and directly refute the elder's opinion. There was a reason that the island master hadn't said yet, and that was balance. The major sect had now achieved a balance after the destruction of the mysterious Heaven sect. There was no particularly outstanding one, and there was no particularly weak one. At least the situation where the mysterious Heaven sect was above all other sects would no longer appear. Once any sect got this master of the Dragon Clan, then this balance would inevitably be broken. Why did the Zhao family become the public enemy of the spiritual world? In addition to their plot against the spiritual world, there was another important reason. That was that their strength was too strong and broke the original balance. When all the super sect had to unite to tie with the Zhao family or even fall into a disadvantage, it was hard not to become the public enemy. The island master could be the first to think about this problem, which fully explained why she could become the head of the joint command. As for this logic, as long as they were given a certain amount of time, those sect leaders would actually be able to understand it. However, understanding was one thing. Whether or not he was willing to give up was another matter. The sect masters had chosen to selectively forget about the great benefits they had obtained from the dragon tribe, compared to making their own sect the number one in the world. What were these benefits? Some preparatory work was best done in advance to save trouble in the future. Some of the sects did not make a move. Some were secretive, while some simply ignored them. All of them began making preparations with great fanfare. Due to that, many cultivators from the ordinary sects grew confused. They could not understand what the super sects were up to. Husband, will that dragon race expert surrender without a fight? After hearing so much, Sun Qingxue felt a little tempted and asked. Of course. She was not tempted by whether that dragon race expert would join Chuning Palace or Blue Cloud sect. In this way, everyone would not have to fight to the death, and her husband would be much safer. After all, that dragon race expert was a peak golden immortal. As for Yang Chen's family, the strongest person was only a peak Xian immortal. There was a big gap between them. If they really wanted to fight to the death, it was impossible to count on the golden immortal experts of the various sect. Her husband and Gong Sunling would have to go up. When necessary, everyone would have to fight together. Sun Qingxue did not want her husband to take such a risk. She would rather be naive and hope that the dragon race expert would surrender without a fight. Dream on. Go wash up and sleep. Yang Qin gave Sun Qingxue a light knock on her head. Don't think about such impossible things. Yang Qin knew what Sun Qingxue was thinking, and he also knew what the women were thinking. However, based on his understanding of the dragon race expert after being in contact with his divine sense for a long time, the other party was definitely not the kind of person who was willing to submit to others. Moreover, he had been oppressed by the Zhao family for tens of thousands of years. How could he like the fact that he had just gotten rid of the Zhao family and found another family for himself? Even if the dragon race expert was willing, if there was no restriction, which sect would dare to accept him easily? No matter how good the current situation was, when it came to the real fight, there would still be a fight. Of course, Yang Qin could not be in such a hurry to fight. He could wait until things got out of hand before making a move. This would depend on what the various sects' plans were. If they were willing to take such a risk, Yang Qin did not mind taking a few more days off. It was not good for his family to always be in the limelight. Yang Lan had completely controlled the Zhao family, and the Zhao family was also considered to have stopped. But Yang Chen did not think that the major sect would let go of Yang Lan so easily, or let go of the Zhao family. The Zhao family had made so many storms in the spiritual world and killed so many cultivators in the spiritual world. The spiritual world, joint command from top to bottom, from those golden immortal masters in the lower realm to those aborigines, who didn't want to uproot the Zhao family and eat their flesh and sleep on their skin. If Yang Lan wanted to take over the Zhao family and control such a large force, it would be a dream. Moreover, Yang Lan himself had done so much to control the puppets in the spiritual world before. When he was in the Xiantian sect, he used Zhou Sheng's hand to kill hundreds of sect masters. Later, more than 10,000 puppets were found to be controlled by him. If it wasn't for the right way to deal with it, the more than 10,000 puppets would definitely not have a good end. This kind of deep hatred, not to mention the cultivators who had always pursued an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, even those old pedants who clamored to return good for evil would be directly beaten to the ground and stepped on a few times if they dared to say that it was written off. Unless Yang Lan wanted to stay in the demon realm, refined by the dragon race masters for a lifetime, no matter where he went, there would be countless cultivators who wanted his life. In addition, even if Yang Lan was willing to stay in the demon realm, the dragon race masters might not allow him to do so. The Zhao family controlled the dragon race masters, and now they were only one step away from being exterminated. Yang Lan also did the same thing. Although he did not succeed, Yang Chen did not think that the dragon race masters would allow him to live for too long. When you want to kill Yang Lan, remember to inform me. Yang Chen simply said hello to the other party. I hope to be clearly present. The meaning of being present was to see Yang Lan's death when Yang Chen was prepared. Yang Chen had no intention of letting Yang Lan go to the immortal world to make trouble. No problem. The dragon race master quickly agreed. Haven't asked Tai Fu yet. Finally, Yang Chen asked again. Long Ken. The Dragon Clan expert gave his name without hesitation. Chapter 24:18. That's right. Many thanks for your dragon palace. Yang Qin sent this message to Long Ken in an evil manner. He wanted to see how Long Ken would react after being angered. You're welcome. Feel free to use it. Long Ken did not show any signs of being angered. He replied calmly, I have something even better here. Remember to keep it for me. Yang Qin sent another provocative message. Make sure to keep it safe. After sending this message, Yang Qin stopped contacting Long Ken. Long Ken did not seem to have any interest in continuing the conversation. He was not angered by Yang Qin either. He appeared very calm. Big sister, is Long Ken your traitor? Yang Qin turned his head and asked Big Sister Ao Lan after he disconnected the connection. Are you sure he is Long Ken? Elder Sister Ao Lan and Long Quang immediately stood up when they heard Long Ken's name. They asked with a mixture of anger and surprise. He said it himself. Yang Qin nodded and said with certainty, I think there is no reason for a prideful fellow like him to lie to me. Ao Lan and Long Quang did not doubt Yang Chen's words. They started laughing heartily. Their laughter even contained a hint of venting. Ao Lai, who did not know the reason, was confused. He looked at the strange gazes of his two fellow clansmen, who seemed to have gone crazy. I finally found him. Ao Lan's cultivation was high after all. Her control was pretty good as well. She quickly calmed down and pretended to be calm. She sounded very calm. However, The way she spoke through gritted teeth betrayed her emotions. After all, Long Kwang was a man. He was not as agitated as Aolon. Earlier, he only laughed but did not say anything. However, even though Aolon was the only one speaking, Long Kwang's expression clearly showed that he was also very agitated. Yang Qin did not understand why. Logically speaking, when the other party took out the wood dragon palace, and when Yang Lan took out the dragon entangling grass whip, they should have already known that there was a traitor of the dragon race. At that time, they were not as agitated as they were now. Now, they actually became like this just because they knew his name. It wasn't just Yang Qin who didn't understand. The women and the others also looked at the two dragon clan experts with the same puzzlement. Fortunately, despite their doubts, no one said anything. The cultivators here did not have the habit of laughing at their friends. After a long time, Aolon and Long Kwang finally calmed down. After receiving the wine pot from Yang Qin and Gong Sunling, the two of them did not refuse. They picked up the wine pot and took a big gulp. Finally, they could talk normally. Sorry, we lost our composure. The moment Aolon opened her mouth, she apologized. Then she explained, Long Ken is a traitor of our dragon race. We stayed in the spirit realm to kill him. Back then, I was injured because of Long Ken. Long Kwang continued, If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have slept for so many years. With Long Kwang's words, Yang Qin could be considered to have solved one of the mysteries. Previously, he didn't know what kind of expert could beat the peak sky immortal Long Kwang to such a state. One must know that the experts of the dragon race were innately strong. Even if they were only peak sky immortals, the Xian immortals of other races might not be able to do anything to the experts of the dragon race, not to mention injuring them to such a degree. If it was Long Ken who was also an expert of the dragon race, making a move, it would be understandable. However, he might not have it easy either. Long Kwang said proudly, At that time, our cultivations were about the same. I was heavily injured, and his injuries were not light either. Long Kwang did not want to give people the feeling that he was inferior to Long Ken. He had to make these words clear. Long Ken used a secret technique to escape very quickly. We lost track of his whereabouts. At this time, Aolon added, At that time I was afraid that there would be a problem with Long Kwang's injuries, so I did not continue to chase after him. In the end, after I settled Long Kwang, Long Ken had already escaped without a trace. It was only last time that I found traces of him. Didn't you already confirm that he was a traitor of your dragon race? Yang Qin asked in confusion. That time was just a possibility. Aolon did not hide anything. She told Xiao Chun his judgment at that time, be it the wood dragon palace or the dragon entanglement grass. They did not have Long Ken's aura. So we did not dare to be certain that it was Long Ken. This was a cautious method. Without seeing Long Ken in person or admitting it personally, it was normal for everyone to not dare to be certain. However, Yang Qin felt that this was too much. There were not many dragon race members in the first place. The chances of an unfamiliar traitor suddenly appearing was not high. They should have confirmed it long ago. Perhaps Long Ken had spent most of his time recuperating after hiding in the Zhao clan for so many years. Long Kwang was already injured to that extent. Long Ken's injuries were definitely not light. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how the Zhao clan controlled Long Ken tens of thousands of years ago, but only started refining the fiend realm and the spirit realm in the recent few thousand years. It turned out that his friends of the dragon race were closely related. We have to gather our companions. Aolon explained everything and started to bid farewell to Yang Qin. Send us out. I will gather our people and deal with Long Ken. Then we can ascend. It turned out that this was the reason why Big Sister Aolon and the others had not ascended despite their high cultivation. There was no need to ask. The people Big Sister Aolon was looking for were definitely from the Dragon Clan. However, if it was for Long Ken, then why was Long Yuan's cultivation so low? Since Big Sister Aolon did not want to say more, Yang Chen's family would not probe further. None of the cultivators who could cultivate to the peak of profound immortal realm were stupid. Yang Chen put away the Dragon Palace and started to slowly return to the Mountain River geographical map. Big sister Aolan had to go out to find her companions. Yang Chen also had to send them out safely. Perhaps Long Ken knew how powerful Yang Chen was, or perhaps he had other considerations. In any case, even after Yang Chen slowly and unhurriedly flew on his sword for a long time without any reaction, Long Ken did not know what he was thinking. By the time Yang Chen returned to Gong Suinling's side, the Alliance command was already fully prepared. All that was left was for the final battle. However, Yang Chen did not meet with the higher-ups of the Alliance command first. Instead, he sent Big Sister Aolan and Long Quang out of the Mountain River geographical map and got them to go greet the Long clan. After sending off Big Sister Aolan and Long Quang, Xiao Chen returned to the Mountain River geographical map to meet with the higher-ups of the Alliance command. What's the situation now? When the Island Lord and the others saw Yang Chen, they could not help but ask about the current situation. Previously, only Yang Chen's family had not retreated when they discovered something was wrong. The other cultivators had all left. Although they had managed to catch a rare battle between golden immortals and broaden their horizons, they did not understand the current situation of the Zhao family. So, they could only ask Yang Chen's family. For the time being, the Mountain River geographical map and the other party's space magic weapon are inseparable. Yang Chen's words were not shocking. Chapter 2419. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Mountain River geographical map was inseparable from the other party's spatial magic treasure. Wasn't this a huge problem? They didn't need to ask to know why he did this. In the past, the two spatial magic treasures could only attack each other. Although it would be powerful, it wouldn't cause any substantial damage. Moreover, the two sides could separate at any time. This resulted in a situation where no matter which side it was impossible for either side to truly restrain the other. Now that Long Ken had used a series of sacrifices from the Zhao family's disciples and the array to firmly connect the two spatial magic treasures together, it wasn't just a fight for control of the space. His real goal was to completely devour the Mountain River geographical map. If Gong Sunling could leave at any time, Long Ken definitely wouldn't be able to achieve this final goal. If he wanted to prevent Gong Sunling from escaping, he had to use a certain method to restrain Gong Sunling so that she couldn't leave. He succeeded. He used the array to tightly connect the two spaces. This way, both sides could only rely on their own cultivation to forcefully refine the other party. Whoever was stronger would obtain the final victory. Yang Chen understood this from the moment their consciousnesses were connected. It seemed that it was also because of this that Long Ken couldn't be bothered to attack Yang Chen's family. Anyway, it would be his in the end, so there was no need to waste effort. Of course, this was all Yang Chen's guess, not Long Ken's own thoughts. However, what Long Ken didn't expect was that this was actually what Yang Chen hoped for. The reason was exactly the same as Long Ken's. It was very difficult to catch a peak golden immortal expert who could escape at any time. However, it was a different matter if their natal magic treasures were connected. Long Ken thought that he had grasped the key point, but he didn't know that Gong Sunling wanted him to do this. From the beginning of the war, both sides had been scheming against each other. How long can Gong Sunling last? Island Lord immediately grasped the key point and asked impatiently. He felt that one question wasn't enough, so he asked again, "What will happen if our people reach their side?" Ling can hold on for a few thousand years. Yang Chen directly reassured the higher-ups of the Joint Command Center, allowing them to finally relax a little. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen began to answer the Island Lord's second question. If Ling and the other party fought with all their strength to refine the other party, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't have the ability to take care of the cultivators inside. This was not Yang Chen's nonsense, but the answer he got from Gong Sunling. From the beginning of Gong Suinling's confrontation with the other party, and then until the end of the Golden Immortal War, Gong Sunling discovered this. When she was fighting against the other party with all her strength, she simply could not spare a hand to take care of the cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map. One had to know that this was the result of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's third primordial spirit, and the 3 dragon spirits inside activating at the same time. Not to mention anything else, the third primordial spirit's spiritual sense cultivation was the same as Yang Chen's. It had already reached the peak of the zenith, heaven, golden immortal. If even the Mountain River geographical map itself couldn't take care of the cultivators inside, then Long Ken, who was at the peak of the golden immortal, would never have any spare power. Yang Chen would never believe that the spatial magic treasure refined by Long Ken was more powerful than the one left by Ao Guang. Yang Chen had absolute confidence in this. Even if Long Ken was a traitor of the Dragon Clan, no matter how much he killed his clansmen, Yang Chen learned from Sister Aolan that he had only killed one of his clansmen. Plus the Earth attribute dragon puppet, he could kill 2 of them. There were 3 dragon spirits in the Mountain River geographical map, so they were obviously not on the same level. At this time, if the senior leaders of the Joint Command believed in Yang Chen's family, then the current situation was actually good for the spiritual world. The other party's spatial magic treasure would be restrained by Gong Sunling. Even if they couldn't win immediately, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The comprehensive strength of the Zhao family, even if they didn't know what Yanglan had done, had been lower than the overall strength of the spiritual world over the years. Victory was already in sight to solve the Zhao family. Unfortunately, even in this situation, the senior leaders of the Joint Command did not dare to put the future of the spiritual world on Yang Chen's family. What's more, there were still some unrealistic fantasies in the hearts of several sect members. In the case of not being able to work together, everyone could only stay put. No one dared to easily let their own sect's large team step into the other party's territory. To put it bluntly, if Gong Sunling couldn't hold on, I'm afraid that no matter how many disciples went in, they would die. This was not trust or distrust of Yang Chen's family, but just caution. Even if Yang Chen's family had stayed inside for a few months and was safe and sound, it couldn't eliminate the concerns of all parties. Yang Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with the senior leaders of the Joint Command doing this. If it were him, he would probably choose this method to be safe. Fortunately, the senior leaders of the Joint Command did not completely give up hope, but sent a group of experts as scouts into the vast area. On the one hand, it was to verify Yang Chen's statement, and on the other hand, it was to vigorously search for the whereabouts of the Zhao family's manor. The Golden Immortal Masters were all left behind. In the eyes of the sect masters of the major sect, they were the protagonists who might fight against Long Ken in the future. The Golden Immortals of the Ghost Een sect, Ghost sect, and other 6 sect were still imprisoned by Gong Sunling. However, it was very easy for these masters of the sect to see their Golden Immortal Masters. They just needed to go to the space on Long Can's side. In the Mountain River geographical map, these Golden Immortal Masters could only stay in the immortal world, and even those Golden Immortal Masters of other sect were no exception. This was the reason why the previous Golden Immortal battle could only be near the dividing line, and it was near Long Can's side. On the other hand, Long Can could appear in the same area because there was no specific division. This strange phenomenon was also some of the strangeness of the spatial magic treasure. Yang Chen couldn't force the major sect to act according to his own ideas. Since he couldn't tell the senior leaders of the Joint Command the secret he knew, he would slowly wait for the development of the situation. He believed that Yang Lan would find a suitable solution. The order that Yang Lan made a mistake before. Let the Zhao family see through his order to control the senior leaders, showed Yang Lan's thoughts. He had made a choice between the spiritual world and the Zhao family. The Zhao family, whose momentum had been greatly reduced, could no longer satisfy Yang Lan's appetite. His eyes had already looked at the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world. Compared with the Zhao family, the public enemy of the spiritual world, the Chunyang Palace was definitely a rising star. After annexing the manpower and territory of the Xiantian sect, Chunyang Palace had the potential to become a new super sect. Controlling such a sect with a bright future was what Yanglan should do. Yanglan was now ready for the perfect disguise. He was waiting for the moment to control Yangchen and then Chunyang Palace. Chapter 24:20. As for the previous wrong instruction, Yanglan would never make the same mistake again. No matter how long Kan and Gong Sunling fought, he would hide in Chunyang Palace and watch the fun. If Gong Sunling won, Yanglan would have no loss. If Longkan won, Yanglan would not be in danger. Yang Chen was going to use the Xian Immortal female cultivators to give birth to children. He wanted to build a Yang family, and all the members would be his own descendants. When he controlled Chunyang Palace, he believed that after a few generations of management, Chunyang Palace would become a private sect of the Yang family, just like the current Zhao family. As for the other female cultivators, they were prepared for his descendants as cultivation companions and cauldrons, all of whom had good qualifications. Yanglan was now the public enemy of the spiritual world, just like the Zhao family. The spiritual world would never give up until they saw his body. But if there is a body of Yanglan in front of everyone and the cultivation base and appearance are all exactly the same, even the scars on the body are the same, I believe that no one will doubt that Yanglan is still alive. For this reason, he had secretly controlled this disciple of Chunyang Palace. He usually cultivated hard, waiting for the day when he went out to gain experience, and then he would join Chunyang Palace. In addition to these arrangements, there was a very unique cultivator around Yanglan. That cultivator and Yanglan had the same attributes, similar cultivation, similar figure, and even similar age. At this moment, if someone looked at this unique cultivator face to face, they would definitely see a familiar face, Yanglan's face. The appearance pill could turn Yanglan into another person, and it could also turn another person into Yanglan. In the cave mansion, there were thousands of female cultivators of the Zhao family. Among them, there were about hundreds of female cultivators of the Xian Immortal level, and the others ranged from human immortals to earth immortals and fairy immortals. Of course, they were all beautiful female cultivators. Basically, there were no ugly women who could ascend to the spiritual world. The Zhao family was a public enemy. Yanglan also knew that he couldn't stay. Therefore, he had already directed those loyal puppets to empty the Zhao family's secret vault and stored it in a 10,000 miles immortals cave that he carried with him. Basically, the treasures of the Zhao family, as long as Yanglan liked them, were moved into this immortals cave. This disciple of Chunyang Palace was called Yangshi. He was an ordinary disciple of Chunyang Palace and wasn't very famous. His cultivation was ordinary, and he only had a solid foundation. His talent was average, but through hard work he had ascended from the mortal world step by step. In the Chunyang Palace, he is neither outstanding nor unique. Even if he is thrown into a crowd, the cultivators will not notice him. Yang Chen's successful experience made Yanglan very appreciative, so he copied the entire Zhao family scriptures pavilion. In the 10,000 miles long cave, there was at least one scripture pavilion, which had a circumference of several hundred miles, which was used to store all kinds of ancient books. Learning from excellent cultivators, Yanglan didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He was immersed in absorbing experience from the enemy to improve himself and lamenting his own good qualities. These Zhao family cultivators, who were best at guiding the disciples' cultivation, were also prepared by Yanglan for his descendants. No matter how good their qualifications were, they also needed the guidance of a famous teacher. After all, there were not many abnormal people like Yangchen in this world. Yanglan considered his descendants very comprehensively. All of Yanglan's arrangements were reflected in the minds of Yangchen and Longken. After knowing this guy's plan, even Yangchen couldn't help but admire Yanglan. This guy's intrigue was really unique, and he sincerely extended 2 thumbs up. Yanglan had found this goal as early as more than 1,000 years ago. His plan was to turn himself into Yangshi and then impersonate him as a person of Chunyang Palace. With Yang Qin, he slowly entered the top level of Chunying Palace, and then grasped the power of Chunying Palace. At that time, Yang Lan would only control 2 cultivators. One was Yang Qin, and the other was Long Ken. He would ignore the others. Yang Lan was dead, wasn't he? After the Zhao family had been killed by various sects in the spiritual world and killed each other, there were not many children left. As for the branches of the affiliated sect that used to rely on the Zhao family, they had almost been lost in the fratricidal killing of the Zhao family controlled by Yang Lan. The only fish that escaped the net had also joined the remaining factions. In addition to the female cultivators, Yang Lan also deliberately left a group of cultivators of the Zhao family. These cultivators were not necessarily the strongest, but they all had one common characteristic, that was the disciples who had been guided by them were all outstanding elites. If the spiritual world won, then everything would be in order. If Long Ken won, Yang Lan could let Long Ken take the initiative to join Chunying Palace, so that Chunying Palace could accelerate to become a super sect. He believed that all parties would welcome a master of the Dragon Clan who had turned back. He could also let him stop and ascend by himself. As long as he didn't cause trouble, Chunying Palace would still be Chunying Palace. Yang Lan would have a powerful chess piece in the immortal world, waiting for him to ascend. In addition, the remaining disciples of the Zhao family were the chess pieces that Yang Lan was going to throw out to attract the attention of the major sect in the spiritual world, including the imposter Yang Lan. He would be killed by the masters of the spiritual world together with several high-level chess pieces of the Zhao family. From then on, Yang Lan would disappear in the spiritual world, and she would rise on the ashes of Yang Lan. To be honest, if it weren't for Yang Qin, who had never relaxed his surveillance of Yang Lan, he might have succeeded by relying on Yang Lan's arrangement alone. Yang Lan's current cultivation was high, and Yang Shi, who had become a peak human immortal, might arouse suspicion. This was simple. As long as Yang Lan had a few more children, his cultivation would naturally drop. Yang Lan's cultivation had been forcibly promoted by the Zhao family before, and his foundation was actually not stable. Yang Lan also knew this drawback, so he used this way to self-abolish his cultivation. As long as he got some good medicinal pills from Yang Qin to change the acquired spiritual root, he could upgrade his acquired spiritual root to the full value, and then recultivate and relay the foundation. His future cultivation would be a brand new bright road. If a cultivator who was familiar with Yang Lan stood in front of Yang Lan, he would definitely find that he was facing a stranger. Yang Lan had been preparing recently, and even his own figure and appearance had been changed under the effect of the appearance pill made by the Zhao family's alchemist, and he had become a disciple of the Chunying Palace. These guys would never have thought that Yang Lan had already regarded them as a stepping stone. If he wanted to integrate perfectly into the spiritual world, how could he do it without some reputation and credit? Of course, Yang Lan would definitely learn from the lessons of the Zhao family and would not be enemies with most cultivators, so that he could always stand on the level of justice and always stand on a higher level to look down on all living beings. The future Yang Lan, she would become a great person in the immortal world and a successful person, instead of the current Yang Lan who was as humble as a dog. Chapter 24-21. Yang Chen's family once again took the lead and entered Long Can's space. Behind them, Gong Sunling and the third primordial soul began to fight for the space occupied by Long Ken with all their might. The two sides quickly formed a stalemate. It wasn't that the dividing line between the two sides didn't move, but that Gong Sunling's side advanced a little, while Long Can's side advanced a little. Both sides were increasing and decreasing, maintaining a dynamic balance. However, if someone really calculated accurately, they would definitely realize that Gong Sunling's side actually had a small advantage. Overall, the speed at which Gong Sunling refined Long Can's space was slightly faster than the speed at which Long Can refined Gong Sunling's space. Even though there was an advantage, it wasn't very obvious. Even Long Can himself didn't realize it. This didn't mean that Gong Sunling and the third primordial soul had slight upper hand, but it was the result of the third primordial soul's control. It was necessary to maintain such a stalemate and gain a slight upper hand. It could force Long Ken to put in all his energy to barely maintain the balance, so that he wouldn't have any spare energy to deal with the cultivators in the space. Yang Chen's family had the method and ability to escape from Long Can's space, but that didn't mean that the cultivators of the spirit realm's sect had it. Yang Chen couldn't let the cultivators of the spirit realm take the risk. Previously, when the two sides were fighting to refine each other's space, Long Ken couldn't take care of the cultivators inside. This was what Yang Chen had said, so even if Yang Chen wanted to prove that what he said was true, he had to be the first to enter. Even though he had been safe and sound in Long Can's space during the battle between the Golden Immortals, it didn't mean anything. Some things had to be verified by the various parties personally. Fortunately, the various parties had already sent many scouts in to search for the whereabouts of the Zhao family cultivators. This could be considered as giving face to Yang Chen so that he wouldn't not believe him at all. However, many sect masters had promised great rewards to these cultivators. As long as they could return safely, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Actually, this was all a show. As long as Long Ken wasn't so stupid, even if he had the ability, he definitely wouldn't touch these guys. Only when a large group of people came in with the spiritual realms, sect be taken advantage of. Many sect masters understood this, so they were very confident in their spies. They were looking forward to finding the whereabouts of the Zhao family in the other space. However, it seemed that the cultivators from the spirit realm were quite lucky this time. In less than a month, several cultivators who came to explore found traces of the Zhao family cultivators. Fortunately, the other party did not discover them. The cultivators who explored the way all had good magic treasures that could hide their bodies and avoid the detection of divine sense. This also allowed these cultivators to follow them all the way to a stronghold of the Zhao family. This stronghold was not small, and there were at least a few thousand cultivators inside. The cultivators who were scouting the way didn't dare to make a sound and quietly retreated. After marking the location, they quickly rushed back. When the news was brought back to the Joint Command Headquarters, everyone was in high spirits. At the end of the day, the Zhao family was the real enemy. Being able to wipe out the several thousand cultivators of the Zhao family was also a small contribution. The higher-ups discussed, and each sent hundreds of experts to form a joint team. They carefully entered a spatial magic treasure of an expert and were led all the way to the explored territory. The cultivators of the Zhao family didn't notice anything at all. They were still living leisurely and cultivating step by step, completely unaware of the impending disaster. When the experts of the spiritual realm launched a sneak attack, they hurriedly responded to the battle. However, the Zhao clan's cultivators only persisted for less than the time for an incense stick to burn before only a few mysterious immortal cultivators remained. Coupled with the fact that the Zhao clan had numerous experts and possessed an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and cultivation, the Zhao clan's base of several thousand cultivators only lasted for less than the time for an incense stick to burn before only a few mysterious immortal cultivators remained. The last few Xian immortals didn't last long. Under the siege of Xian immortal experts who outnumbered them by dozens of times, they couldn't even cause any casualties to the cultivators of the spiritual realm. They died with hatred. This small victory was also a good start, which made the higher-ups of the Joint Command Headquarters happy. However, they were even more happy that, from the beginning of the reconnaissance to the later attack, the Zhao family's Dragon Clan expert Long Ken didn't launch a targeted operation. He didn't attack, defend, or even report the location of these cultivators to the Zhao family. What did this mean? Either, like what Yang Chen said, he couldn't be distracted in the process of fighting with Gong Sunling for the monster realm, or this Dragon Clan expert from the Zhao family had other intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indifferent to thousands of Xian immortal elites. One must know that this was equivalent to the top combat power of at least 1 or 2 super sect. To be able to use so many Xian immortal experts to test the opponent's reaction, It was probably something that could only be done by an alliance of sections. Fortunately, the result was very good. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the opponent had other intentions. After all, what Yang Chen said was not very reassuring. Gong Sun Ling and the other party's cultivation base was a whole realm apart. This was a hard wound that could not be made up for. It was really difficult for all the cultivators at the top of the Joint Command to believe that Gong Sun Ling, who was at the peak Xian Immortal stage, could fight with a peak Golden Immortal Dragon Clan Master in the refining space. The higher-ups of all parties would rather believe that Long Can had other intentions. It seemed that this was more likely. Yang Qin couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't tell the secret of the mountain river geographical map and all the things like Tianyuan pills, right? Yang Qin didn't have such a habit of exposing all his trump cards to others just to ask others to believe him. Moreover, Yang Lan would soon arrange for those cultivators of the Zhao family to take the initiative to die. Why should Yang Qin find trouble for himself because of this? All parties began to cooperate again and again under the situation of the same big goal, but slightly different small goals. They found that there were more and more cultivators of the Zhao family, and the attacks became more and more frequent. Although the results of the battle were not big each time, they always gained something. However, it was inevitable that casualties began to appear. After the first casualties, the casualties of the cultivators of the spiritual world increased. There were several times when they thought that it was a sneak attack on the stronghold of the Zhao family, but they were ambushed and suffered a few big losses. Fortunately, these elites ran fast enough and didn't get entangled. Although a lot of them were left behind, the majority of the troops were able to escape safely. It wasn't until this moment that the higher-ups of the Joint Command headquarters of the spiritual world believed that the Zhao family really didn't have a big conspiracy. In the face of a behemoth like the Zhao family, it was normal for there to be injuries and deaths. If they won all the way without any losses, the first thing the higher-ups would do was to let these elites turn around and run. What was even more fortunate was that when this group of elites escaped, they caught several Earth Immortal cultivators of the Zhao family. As a result, after using various methods to pry open the mouths of the other party, they got the exact location of the Zhao family's manor from their mouths. Chapter 24-22. It was important to know the location of the Zhao family manor, but more importantly, the Joint Command learned from these captives what happened to the Zhao family recently. Yang Lan alone turned the entire Zhao family upside down. After listening to the descriptions of the captives, the cultivators in charge of the interrogation couldn't believe their ears. If a captive said so, perhaps the cultivators of the spiritual world would think that this was a scheme of the Zhao family. However, if several captured cultivators said so, I'm afraid it was not a simple conspiracy. Not to mention the captives captured from other places, they also said the same thing. Even if they used the strongest hypnosis methods, the statements of these captives did not change at all. This could only explain one thing, that is, everything that happened was true. The news was sent to the top management of the Joint Command. After hearing the news, the reaction of the top management was exactly the same as that of the cultivators in charge of the interrogation. They couldn't believe it at all. The Zhao family, which was so powerful that the major sect in the spiritual world had to unite to deal with it, would actually fall apart because of one person? This sounded like a joke, but whether it was the news from the captives or the situation encountered by the elite masters in front, there was no flaw in this. After confirming that this was not a joke or a lie to comfort them, but a fact that really happened, the top management of the Joint Command suddenly had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They worked hard to find ways to kill the opponent's Golden Immortal Master. When they were worried about how to deal with the remaining Zhao family masters, they suddenly found that the other party had internal strife and their strength was greatly reduced. The punch that was full of strength directly hit the air, which made people feel unspeakably uncomfortable. However, no one would dislike such a good thing as weakening the enemy's strength by more than half without paying any price. When they thought that the enemy's internal strife directly killed millions of masters of the Zhao family, and also divided the internal disunity into several scattered groups, the Joint Command, from the Island Master to the sect representatives who could only sit on the sidelines. All of them were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Yanlan, who was once regarded as a great enemy of the spiritual world, did a great job. If it weren't for this guy being an enemy of the spiritual world for a long time, several sect masters would have given this guy a big commendation. How many Xian immortal cultivators had been busy for thousands of years and failed to complete it? But Yanlan completed it in less than 1,000 years. This efficiency would definitely make people's jaws drop. When the upper echelons of the Joint Command calmed down and carefully pondered over the situation, they also felt an incomparable sympathy for the Zhao family. This had nothing to do with his standpoint. It was purely out of sympathy for a powerful force that had been destroyed by him. Yanlan was rescued from the Xiantian sect by the Zhao family. Before he was rescued, Yanlan was already a useless person. The Xiantian sect kept him only for punishment and revenge, because the Xiantian sect felt that Yanlan was related to the destruction of the Taishimen in the mortal world. The original intention of the Zhao family to save Yanlan was just to know some more detailed information, since they knew that Yanlan was a Taishimen in the mortal world. But he destroyed the Taishimen. It was obvious that he was a traitor. The Zhao family still did not accept the lesson. Obviously, as long as the news was tortured, they could kill or banish him. But they took the initiative to keep Yanlan. It could be said that the Zhao clan had only themselves to blame for falling to such a state. The experience of Yanlan in the Zhao family that was known from the captives' mouths was a clear history of Yanlan's struggle in the Zhao family. He climbed up little by little and slowly became more and more important. He came into contact with more and more high-level masters of the Zhao family, which also provided him with various opportunities to control the puppets. To describe the Zhao family in one sentence, it was that they wouldn't die if they didn't seek death. The spiritual world's version of the farmer and the snake, the spiritual world's version of the Zhongshan wolf. But the Zhao family was all stupid and had a tragic ending. Knowing that Yanlan's special skill was to control the puppets using the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra, how could they not be prepared? They knew that Yanlan had controlled many cultivators in the spiritual world by this trick, and even used this trick in the process of destroying the Xiantian sect. But they did not guard against it. Wasn't this rushing themselves to death? Did the Zhao family's top management naively think that Yanlan had a sense of belonging and absolute loyalty to the Zhao family, and would not have any ideas about so many supermasters around him? The problem was that the Zhao family's top management was really brainless. They naively thought that they saved Yanlan, gave Yanlan a new life, and improved Yanlan's cultivation, which would make Yanlan feel grateful. Perhaps they felt that the Zhao family was the most powerful, with so many masters and so many golden immortals. Yanlan did not dare to do anything. Who could have thought that it would end like this? While lamenting the current situation of the Zhao family's collapse, the top management of the Joint Command also secretly reported in their hearts. They reached a consensus in an instant that no matter how good this Yanlan was for the spiritual world, such a dangerous guy must not be left alive. No matter which sect's cultivator met Yanlan, the first thing to do was to kill him without mercy. Otherwise, they could not guarantee that they would not be the next puppet controlled by him. Despite the division of the Zhao family and the huge losses caused by the internal strife, they were still the Zhao family, and they still had the power to make people unable to look at them. The Joint Commander had just recovered from the surprise of knowing Yanlan's great achievements, and he was immediately hit in the head. The elite team released by the Joint Command to lure the enemy, after a series of victories, sneaked to the Zhao family's lair. As a result, they were discovered, and the Zhao family's masters came out, leading to the annihilation of more than 2,000 Xian immortal masters in the elite team. But before these elite masters died, they successfully trapped the huge Zhao family's lair with several formations. This was originally the method that these masters intended to use. As a result, they were discovered by others, so they had no choice but to fight with others. They covered their companions in arranging all the formations and activating them. Although in the end, even the masters who activated the formation were killed, the formation succeeded in completely binding hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Zhao family's lair. The formation used by the elite masters was a variant of the demon sealing formation. This was carefully improved by the major sect on the basis of the demon sealing formation. It directly borrowed the principle of the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation to extract spiritual power from the demon realm to besiege the opponent. It could be said that before those spiritual veins were exhausted, almost all the cultivators of the Zhao family would be trapped in that huge formation and would never be able to come out. The Zhao family, the mortal enemy of the spiritual world, had become a turtle in a jar. Chapter 24-23. The demon sealing formation was a formation that Yang Chen had obtained from the Zhao family's manor in the mortal world, and it had spread to all the major sect in the mortal world. After arriving in the spiritual realm, the formation experts of the major sect had made extremely abnormal improvements to the formation. The new demon seal array that was now used to block the Zhao family was a super demon seal array that combined the abnormal methods of at least 6 super sections. The source of the spiritual power of the array was also one of the main culprit arrays of the mortal world's greatest heaven sect. The universe everlasting spirit suppressing formation was a trick to grab spiritual power in the world, but this time it grabbed the spiritual veins of the monster realm. Over the past few days, the spies of the various sect in the spiritual realm had not only explored the way, but also had an important responsibility, which was to leave behind subformations of the heaven and earth infinite vitality suppression formation wherever they passed. As long as these subformations covered a place, the overall formation would be able to absorb spiritual power. The purpose of setting up these arrays was to prepare for the super demon sealing array in case of a rainy day. The other reason was to test the reaction of the expert from the Zhao family, Long Ken, to see if he really had no time to care about other things. You must know that this was a crazy spirit power formation. In the mortal world, because of this formation, the cultivators in the world were forced to stand opposite the greatest heaven sect and became the enemy of the greatest heaven sect. Long Ken was an expert of the Zhao family, so it was impossible for him not to know how powerful this formation was. If Long Ken had really hidden his strength, he would definitely react to such a formation. Otherwise, the spiritual power of the demon realm that he controlled would be absorbed on a large scale. If he absorbed too much, his strength would definitely be lower than that of Gong Suanling's side, and Gong Sunling would occupy more space. This would depend on whether Long Ken thought that his natal Dharma treasure was more important or if he hid his strength. If Long Ken didn't react, perhaps he really didn't have the spare strength to deal with the cultivators in his spatial Dharma treasure. In that case, the people from the spiritual realm could consider entering the opponent's space to exterminate the Zhao family. From the looks of it, Long Ken hadn't targeted any cultivator at all. Even when the Zhao family's lair had been trapped, he hadn't done anything. Perhaps he really didn't have any strength left and was completely tied up by Gong Sunling. This was good news for the Joint Command, but several of the sect masters in the Joint Command were not completely sure. This was because some of the disciples they sent out had special missions. In addition to setting up subformations, special disciples also had a secret mission, which was to leave a jade slip with information recorded near each subformation. The contents of the jade slips were pretty much the same. They were all about which sect had the intention to recruit experts from the dragon tribe and left them at these places for Long Ken to see. The benefits that each sect promised were different. They used their own methods to pull Long Ken into their sect's camp. Unfortunately, not a single cultivator had received Long Ken's reply. Under such circumstances, everyone could only do their best to deal with the Zhao family. Luring Long Ken could wait until later. In fact, while the various sects sent cultivators into the demon realm under Long Ken's control, some sect masters also sent many cultivators into the Mountain River geographical map. The two most popular Dharma treasures were Long Ken's Spatial Dharma Treasure and Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map. At least for now, the two Dharma treasures seemed to be evenly matched, since there were people who were tempted by Long Can's spatial Dharma treasure. There would inevitably be more people who were tempted by Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map. However, no cultivator was stupid enough to directly target the mountain river geographical map. That was no different from directly jumping out to challenge the Joint Command. Only people who were tired of living would do that. However, not taking action directly didn't mean that they couldn't first explore the mountain river geographical map. At the very least, it wouldn't be too much to take a look at what was in the refined space, right? If no one knew that they sneaked into the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling would not hesitate to directly control them. However, now a large group of spiritual realm cultivators were in the mountain river geographical map. If Gong Sunling didn't want her husband and Chunying Palace to become the new public enemy of the spiritual realm, she couldn't do that. Therefore, Gong Sunling could only isolate some things that couldn't be seen so that outsiders couldn't see them. What things couldn't be known to the cultivators of other sect in the spiritual realm? A lot. First of all, the heavenly tribulation couldn't be known casually. If the cultivators of the spiritual realm knew that there was a complete heavenly tribulation in the spiritual realm in the mountain river geographical map, all the sect would definitely go crazy. It should be known that there were hundreds of millions of natives in the spiritual realm, and they couldn't become real cultivators because they couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. The existence of the heavenly tribulation would definitely make all the sect tempted. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. After provoking the greed of all parties and destroying the Zhao family, all parties would immediately turn around and target Gong Sunling, Yangqin, and Chunying Palace. Yangqin had a deep understanding of this. In his previous life, Fatty Jing was very unhappy because the heavenly tribulation room in the Conch underwater mansion was forcibly controlled by the Xiantian sect. In addition, such a large number of cultivators of all levels couldn't be seen by the cultivators of the spiritual realm. The reason was the same. When the higher-ups of the Joint Command found out that they had finally killed the Zhao family that forced them to join forces to deal with them, a large force that was even more terrifying than the Zhao family immediately jumped out. How could they sleep? If they didn't find a way to put them to death or control them under their control, those guys would never give up. For Long Ken, it might not be easy to hide and control things in his space in the confrontation with Gong Sunling, but for Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit, it was simple. Gong Sunling and Yangqin cultivated the highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra, and their divine sense cultivation was also at the late stage of Almighty Immortal, and the third primordial spirit was at the peak of Almighty Immortal. The two of them working together was really a bit of a bully. Therefore, even in the competition with Long Ken, the third primordial spirit still had the ability to conceal everything in the mountain river geographical map. At least, those guys who explored the way could only see what he wanted them to see, not the truth. It had to be said that sometimes all parties were on guard against each other and plotted against each other. It was also a kind of helplessness in this kind of cooperation. On the contrary, it was not as efficient as the Zhao family's unity. In any case, most of the cultivators of the Zhao family had been blocked, and various signs also showed that Long Ken did not spare any of the cultivators who entered his space. So it was obvious that the end of the Zhao family had come. The Zhao family, who had no way out, was now a turtle in a jar. It was only when the other parties in the spiritual realm would harvest it